It's Friday, September 13th, 2024. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse Reichler. It's been, I think, almost 2 weeks since our last live stream. I hope I remember how to do all this. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing, make sure I'm live and broadcasting. It's about 70 degrees outside and 80 degrees in this office. So this is maybe a little tough. We're going to chat. I'll tell you what's going on here, update you on what I've been up to for the last couple of weeks. Maybe we'll talk about plans going forward. And then we'll get into today's session where we will be playing a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective fan case called The Locked Up Lawyer. Locked in lawyer. And Brian Wolf, who authored the case, is in the chat with us today. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what I'm up to, why it's 80 degrees in here. There's no air conditioner in this room. It gets very hot in here for a variety of reasons. But let me show you. We're just going to catch up for a little bit since it's been a while. Can you see this? For some reason, this tablet needs replugging in. Okay, let's see if this works here. Okay, so over the last week, I've been doing plaster repairs in the apartment. There's the living room. Then we've got the dining room. You can see the brick coming through here. This is all water damage from the brick. Here's the bedroom, office where I am, not so bad. So basically water's coming in through the brick. They just finished doing tuck pointing on the building, so it's my time to repair it. So I've repaired all the basically drywall repairs, but all the repairs and then sanding, it's a total mess. This whole week has been breathing in fumes and stuff. But there it is, all fixed back to what it should be. So that's what I've been doing for the last week. And I put in new air conditioners in all of the rooms, and I'm still waiting for the office one. And I replaced the air conditioners with these Medea U-shaped air conditioners that are much quieter. So the good news is that going forward, I should have an air conditioner in this office, which is quieter. You guys say you don't hear it when I have my noise reduction on, but I like to keep that noise reduction to a minimum. So by next week, hopefully the new office air conditioner will be in and it'll be easier to play games without overheating here. All right, what else have I been up to? The other thing that happened last week, now why isn't it? The other thing that happened last week was that I was at Tabletop Central showing off and running some games of New York Noir, formerly known as High and Low. That's the game that I've been working on with some help from people in the channel, most notably recently Logan, who's been doing the art for the maps. If you haven't heard me talk about High and Low, there's lots of streams on this channel going over the game design issues. And this is the local board game convention here in town, run by some members of the game design community here. And I actually had 3 groups of people play, in my case, The Wrong Book. Each group played for about 5 hours. It's a long session, and the reception seems to be pretty good. Kurt says, why did you decide to rename it? Well, I love the name High and Low, which you may know I've talked about is taken from an Akira Kurosawa movie, my favorite Akira Kurosawa movie, and is a noir detective movie based on a noir New York City police precinct game. But there are a couple other games called High and Low. They tend to be sort of trick-taking, simple card games, and it doesn't really convey anything, the name. People who know about it might know about it, but it doesn't really, it's not a very descriptive name. So New York Noir sounds a little bit, at least it's closer to what it is. And then my campaign of 10 cases will still be called High and Low. So New York Noir will be the system, or New York Noir Mysteries, not clear. And then High and Low will be my specific campaign of cases. But I'm always out there pushing, trying to get more authors of cases. I feel like going to these conventions, even if I can just find one person who might be like, I'd like to write a case for it, then it's worthwhile. Brian says, isn't Rashomon the best Kurosawa movie? Not by a long shot. A lot of people love Rashomon, but for some reason, Rashomon doesn't do it for me. No, I mean, there's a whole host of Kurosawa movies I prefer over Rashomon. Rashomon is down at the bottom for me. Okay, what else have I been up to? I guess that's the main thing about what's been going on. Now let's talk about what's coming up. On Sunday, we will be finishing off Dear Holmes, the case of the Celtic curse. You still have a time to catch up on the first 3 letters if you haven't, but we'll be reading the solution on Sunday. And as soon as my air conditioner comes, we will be playing a bunch of games during the week. And then October, which is in 2 weeks, is traditionally the month that this channel goes hard on spooky, scary games, and we tend to play a lot of hours in October, and I think this October will be no exception. We have a couple of really deluxe games that we've been saving up. One is called The Root of All Evil, but we have some more. So I'm looking forward to that. If you want to help us plan, if there's specific games that you want to try to have us schedule so that you can make them, stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for Call for Two. There's a link on the YouTube page, and you can talk about what games you want to play and when. What else? The last set of videos that we recorded and that I put up were playthroughs of War Story, and then a review, a longish review I did of War Story. I still feel like I want to do a video doing a deep dive on some of the game design issues of War Story. So let me know if that's something you'd be interested in. Other than that, I think we're ready to go. I don't see anyone in the chat talking about what they have been up to. I mean, I see we've got the author of today's case, the locked-in lawyer. Anyone else up to anything interesting that they want to talk about? We're not in a rush here, so. I did get a couple of books. You can, no, you can't see them. They're off screen. A couple new novels that look like they're told in the form of correspondence, transcripts, etc. Maybe we'll talk about those on Sunday. Maybe on Sunday when we read the solution to our Dear Holmes case, I'll show off these two new books and we can look at them a little bit. Anna says, for me, summer vacation ended, school year began. Don't know if that's good or bad. Nelson says, I'm actually playing my first Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective box, the Thames River, the Thames Murders box. That is a good box. While I'm showing off high and low to people, I always recommend Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. I tend to recommend the green box, the Baker Street Irregulars by Dave Neal, who also happens to be the author of War Story, co-author of War Story. All right, so Kurt says, I just work and come home. It's pretty boring. Board game night tomorrow. Brian says, went to Paris for the Olympics. It was awesome. Then to Belgium and Netherlands, then Edinburgh for a couple of days of the Fringe Festival. Boy, that sounds interesting. You've been traveling a lot, Brian. The case we're playing today, the case of the locked-in lawyer, Brian says that he wrote during COVID. I tend to try to be pushing New York Noir, and I said, maybe you'd be interested in writing a case. Brian said, nope, this was a one-time thing written over COVID. So this is the first such case that Brian has written. Let me remind you how we play these fan-made cases a little differently. When we play a published game, sometimes we can be pretty hard on them. Sometimes if I get frustrated, people say I'm unfairly harsh. But when we play these kinds of cases are notoriously difficult to play test and write. Having written a case of my own, I know how difficult it is to get feedback, etc. So we tend to play these fan-made cases with a more general attitude of constructive criticism. So we take these as sort of as if it was a playtesting session. That doesn't mean we won't have game design critiques, suggestions, but they're done in the spirit of being helpful. And Brian says at the beginning of today's stream that he'd like feedback. All right, so let's get started. Let me see if I can. Okay, The Locked-In Lawyer, 9 January 1895. A foot of snow. Despite living in London our entire lives, none of us can remember a snowstorm like yesterday. We've spent the better part of half an hour trudging the short distance to 221B Baker Street, and when we arrive and knock on the door, nobody answers. "Curses!" exclaims Wiggins. "Where could he possibly be? Nobody's out in this mess." That's not totally true. We did see some poor street urchins who had nowhere to take shelter huddled around a trash fire in an alley, but we only saw one or two respectable people in our entire walk. Finally, after much knocking and yelling, Mrs. Hudson opens the door. "Heavens me, get inside. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. I had a tray full of tea in my hands, and you know that one." She cocks her head toward the room where our host is to be found. "Once he gets his mind on something, nothing can distract him." We enter the house and quickly move to the den, where a warm fire greets our numb fingers. "Ah, welcome, Wiggins," says Sherlock. "You must hear this. Lestrade, repeat the whole thing." Seated next to Sherlock is incomfortable but worn chairs are Holmes' old friend Dr. Watson and Inspector Lestrade from Scotland Yard. Lestrade looks annoyed at being asked to repeat himself without so much as a please. "Is this about the evidence stolen from Scotland Yard that we read about in the Times?" Wiggins asks. "Oh, heavens, no," answers Lestrade. "That case is quite straightforward. No, we need your help investigating a quite bizarre death that has us completely perplexed. This morning, a secretary who works for various employers in her neighborhood reported to work at the solicitor's office of Wilkie Gunderson, where she types up court documents and the like. The door was locked, and after nobody answered her loud knocks, she found that her key could not open the door. Concerned for her boss's health, given the snowstorm, she went to the local police station, who eventually battered down the door, only to find Mr. Gunderson dead on the floor." "That's not so strange," says Watson, having now heard the story twice. "The lock probably contracted from the cold, and the poor chap froze to death." Lestrade shakes his head. "Oh, the room was quite warm. It was equipped with a radiator that was in perfect working order. On top of that, there was vomit all over the floor. But besides a few old bruises, there was no sign of any sort of violence towards Mr. Gunderson. We thought it might be a heart attack or even suicide, but there were signs of a struggle that seemed to rule that out. We don't know how he died and who, if anybody, is responsible. We could really use your help." Sherlock puts on his deerstalker hat and snow boots and wraps himself in his heaviest coat and scarf. "Well, I'm out for a walk. Wiggins, I'm sure you and your friends have this well covered." And with that, he steps out into the snow and disappears. Okay, so there's our introduction. We've got a little bit of a locked room mystery and some interesting facts. Now, I love when there are inexplicable facts right from the start setting out the case. We got a couple of weird ones here. First of all, the lock doesn't work. And it's not because it's cold. Radiator and vomit immediately make me think that someone pumped in some poison, right? The vomit would be a sign that there might be some poison here. He's got some old bruises, no sign of violence, but there is a sign of struggle. So we'd be interested to know what signs of struggle there really were. No sign of violence, but signs of struggle. That's curious to me. Her key could not open the door. That is odd. Something put in the lock? Vomit sounds like poison. Sherlock just wants to go out for a walk in the cold. Okay. And we've only got one person, Gunderson. That's the only lead there is to follow, right? Just this guy's office. Okay, well, so if we just look at this for a second, we do have a newspaper. That's the other thing. We shouldn't overlook the possibility of a tie-in, because Wiggins says, is this about the evidence stolen from Scotland Yard? Lestrade says no. All right, well, we have our newspaper. 9th of January, 1895. Okay, so the way we've been reading the newspaper lately is we skim it in the beginning, but we don't read everything right away. So let's just do that. Let's do a little bit of skimming. Let's at least find this thing that Wiggins was talking about. Lord and Lady Owen, second son, marriages, deaths, orthographer, Lady Mary Abbott, classified. Found the note, wish I'd seen it sooner. Having problems figuring things out. Psychic, potions, potables, and elixirs. Massage arts. Looks like a little play here. An Ideal Husband, Oscar Wilde's long-awaited play. Some international news in Ethiopia. Article about the snowstorm. The largest snowstorm of the decade hit London yesterday. Snowfall began at 8 in the morning. By 3 p.m., half a foot had accumulated, and businesses in the city ground to a halt. By the time the snow finally stopped at 10 p.m., a full 12 inches covered the streets of London. While the snow was constant and heavy, relatively low winds prevented whiteout conditions, and most of London's citizens were able to seek out appropriate shelter. This is the worst snowstorm in London since the Great Blizzard of 1881, when 100 people died of exposure. Wilbur Rath, a senior official in Prime Minister Primrose's government, stated that the snow was expected to begin melting tomorrow, but that it might take a week or longer for it to totally disappear. Okay, here's the article that Wiggins was talking about. Critical evidence in the case against famed crime lord Bernard Nims, who is currently being held at Millbank Prison, was brazenly stolen last night from Scotland Yard's evidence room. Scotland Yard Chief Scott Cody said that without the evidence, a conviction of Nims for the murder of restaurateur Alan Wick, the owner of Holborn Restaurant, was unlikely. Nims allegedly beat Wick to death after Wick refused to pay Nims protection money. Cody refused to speculate on who stole the evidence or how it was taken right out from under Scotland Yard's nose. So, is this related to our case? Even if not, might we follow up on this as a secondary case? Bengal tiger added to the Zoological Gardens collection. Okay. Dustman on strike. Residents fear increased rodent activity. Okay. Anna says, go to the crime scene, then the autopsy. Well, okay, so let's start by going to the crime scene by finding Wilkie Gunderson's office. So, solicitor's office. Let's see about his home and his office here. Barristers. Okay, he's not in barristers. Does that mean we should just look him up? Oh, solicitors, I see. He's just got a thing. Okay. There he is, Gunderson Wilkie, 76 WC. All right, let's start taking our notes. '76 WC. Now I'm curious, before we move along, if we should see if he's got a home address. He does. Look at that. Wilkie Gunderson, 50 WC home. Okay. Let's start by going to his office. Wilkie Gunderson's office is located in a long 3-story brick building on Devonshire Street. A bobby stands shivering outside the entrance, smoking his pipe in a futile effort to keep warm. He perks up a bit when he sees us approaching, finally having a task to do that will keep his mind occupied for a minute. Move along, sirs. This is official police business here. No looky-loos. We're actually here at Inspector Lestrade's request, explains Wiggins. We work with Sherlock Holmes. The officer straightens up. Sherlock Holmes? Is one of you Dr. Watson? I love his stuff. I've read every single one of his Sherlock adventures. No, I'm afraid Dr. Watson could not be here, but could we have a look inside? Asked Wiggins. Oh, sure, go right in. Now listen, when you see Dr. Watson, will you tell him about me? The name's Seymour Albrighton. Why, I've got some stories he could surely use. Oh, yeah, we'll be sure to mention it. But, that is, I mean, all of Dr. Watson's stories are the true adventures of him and Mr. Holmes. He can't just use anybody's stories. Officer Albrighton winks at us. Oh, I get it. You've got to keep up appearances. Well, don't you worry. Your secret's safe with me. Now, go have a look. It's on the top floor. We thank Officer Albrighton and proceed up the flight of stairs to Wilkie Gunderson's office. Bobby, just outside the office, is better informed than Albrighton was, despite having a nasty head cold. Yes, Inspector told me we might get a visit from you. Go ahead and look around, but please don't disturb the crime scene. Body's already been sent off to St. Bart's, but we've placed the deceased's personal effects on his desk. Were you here when the body was discovered? Asks Wiggins. I was, sniffles the bobby. Secretary, she came to the police station this morning. Concerned her key wouldn't work and something could be wrong with her employer. I almost sent her away as it seemed so trivial, but it's a slow day, so I followed her back here. After our knocks were unanswered and I confirmed her key didn't work, I rammed down the door. There was Mr. Gunderson splayed out on the floor. I made sure nothing in the room was touched, except the body, of course. The bobby scratches his head as if trying to remember something else. Right, one more thing. A lady across the street goes by Amelia Luca. She came by about an hour ago, said she saw something suspicious here last night and wanted to speak to a police officer about... We thank the officer and step over the heavy, battered door. that lies at the entrance of the small windowless office. Looking around, we see vomit and a wooden chair on its side, near the door, with one of the legs broken off. There's a rack in the corner with a man's coat, scarf, and hat on it. The rest of the office is filled by two desks, a cabinet that appears to be full of legal files, and a small bed in one corner. The larger of the two desks has on it a schedule book, a cup filled with an orangish liquid that appears to be tea, a few shillings, a keychain with two keys, a gold wedding band, and a class ring from London University College, dated the 2nd day of June, 1893. The schedule book contains the following entries for earlier this week, which Wiggins copies into his own notebook. Monday, 12:30 p.m., Keynes. Monday, 2:30, Brenda Smith. Tuesday, 11 a.m., Rollo Pennypacker. Tuesday, 3 p.m., Bill Slack. The smaller desk has a typewriter, assorted papers, and a nameplate engraved with Marcia Barrow on it. We flip through the papers, but are quickly out of our depth with the legal terminology. Wiggins turns his attention to the battered door that the secretary was unable to open with her key. The larger of the two keys from the big desk appears to be the right size for the door, but cannot be inserted into the lock. Taking a closer look, he announces there is a hard white substance inside the lock that's blocking the key from entering. Having seen all there is to see, we leave the building, promising Officer Albrighton on the way out that we'll mention him to Dr. Watson. Okay, so someone has stuck something into the lock to prevent it from opening. That's an important aspect of our crime here, because you might guess that someone could have stolen the secretary's key, changed it out to have access, but no. Instead, someone has blocked the lock after setting this person up to be killed. So they must have stopped by physically quite recent to the actual murder. Okay. And probably blocked him from getting out as well. All right, we've got a person, Marcia Barrow, at the other desk. Does that mean, is that the secretary's desk? And then we've got people that we could try to identify. 3 of them have full names. This is Keynes. I wonder if that's going to be a bar. It's a theory in the channel that maybe it's wax in here in the door. Okay, London University College. He's got a class ring. The police said they put all his belongings on the desk. So we don't really know where these are from. Were they on his person? Small bed. That's odd. And then there's the signs of struggle. A wooden chair on its side with one leg broken off. Now, we're told these are signs of struggle, but another possibility is this guy was choking, couldn't get out or something, and was trying to climb out a window, but no, it's windowless. But it's also possible that he was trying to climb on this chair to open a vent or something and it broke. So I don't know if we can take for granted that this is really signs of a struggle. He's got his coat, scarf, and hat. Cup with oranges liquid. Appears to be tea. Okay, and then we're told about a witness, Amelia Luca, who we're sure we want to talk to. All right, let's write down some of this stuff. Amelia Luca, witness. Then we've got Keynes, Brenda Smith. I don't know what he was working on, what case he was working on that someone would want to murder him. What's the name of the secretary? Is that Marcia Barrow? What are we told? Are we told by the police the secretary's name? St. Bart for autopsy. Doesn't tell us the name of the secretary, but I'm guessing that's going to be Marcia Barrow, who owns that second desk, although I'm not sure. Uh, let's see. I mean, I'd like to talk to that secretary, but I guess all of these leads are viable. Well, let's do our normal thing. We've gone to the scene of the crime. Let's make our way to the coroner and see if they have information for us analyzing the body. So you'll remember fan cases make use of the map from the one of the new Space Cowboys boxes, and the informants here were told explicitly that the body was sent to St. Bart's. Normally, we try to avoid going to these places until we have a reason to go, rather than treating them as hints. But clearly, Murray and Jasper Meeks seem relevant to us since we don't know the manner of death. So let's start out by going to 38 EC, Jasper Meeks. Good afternoon, gentlemen. To what do I owe the honor? Sir Jasper Meeks seems to be in a good mood. Apparently, being constantly surrounded by death does not bother him. Isn't it beautiful outside? I love the snow, and we so rarely get it here. Yeah, it's great, says Wiggins as he tries unsuccessfully to wring out his wet trouser legs. We're looking into the death of Wilkie Gunderson. Have you had a chance to do your autopsy? Ah, yes, Gunderson, says Sir Jasper. His body arrived just 30 minutes ago. Carriage that brought the body over had great difficulty moving it in the snow. I haven't had a chance to do a full autopsy, but I did do a cursory visual examination. The deceased was 5'9" with a reasonably athletic build. I would say he died sometime between 4 p.m. and midnight yesterday. He has some significant bruising around his stomach and rib cage, but that looks to be a few weeks old and wouldn't be related to his death. There's no sign of any sort of attack with a weapon, not even a needle mark. Given the significant vomit found by the body, I'd say the most likely causes of death are heart attack, apoplexy, or some sort of poisoning. Okay, so I mean, poisoning is the one that jumped out at me, but and heart attack, given the messing with the door, seems unlikely. So poisoning is still our chief theory. But now something else comes into play. This is the second time we've heard mention of bruising. And the bruising is on the stomach. You could imagine someone getting beat up and it having a delayed reaction. All right, but we've got two pieces of information here. We've got time of death. So time of death, he hasn't been able to perform a full autopsy. So 4 p.m. and midnight yesterday. So I think our thing is that the secretary must have come in to work the next morning and found him. And then older bruising, few weeks old. Few weeks. I guess that's not going to be a delayed reaction if it's a few weeks old bruising. But it's still curious. Stomach and rib cage. So why? How did he get those injuries? Was he beat up by someone? Unrelated to death because it's so old. Okay, fair enough. Should we stop in to Murray and see if he's analyzed the orange tea, or is that premature? Seems like that would be a reasonable thing. If we think he's poisoned, surely that will be something we would like them to look at. Let's give it a try. There's no entry for 22 Southwest. Let me just make sure. Sorry, my mistake. There is an entry. Brian probably freaked out a little bit. Okay. No hints, by the way. Brian hasn't given us any hint, but if the author sees us making a mistake, you can make a note of it, but let us find it on our own first. Okay, here we go. Murray, we're knocking on his door. See if the criminologist has found anything. As we walk into the cramped office of H.R. Murray, he greets us with a smile. Oh, hello, Figgins. Would you care for a spot of tea? I just made some. Sure, that sounds lovely. And it's Wiggins. Do you know anything about the murder of Wilkie Gunderson? Ah, yes. I was sent everything of interest from his office, Murray says, pouring us all a cup of tea, which takes away the chill that's built inside us on the way over. Oh, and speaking of tea, I analyzed the teacup found at Mr. Gunderson's office, see if there were any foreign substances in it. Good, that's what we were hoping you would do. And? Did you discover anything? Indeed I did. 100% Earl Grey, Murray replies as he flashes a wry smile. I found no trace of anything else in it, not even sugar. I see. And did you analyze anything else from Mr. Gunderson's office? Yes. Police sent over a substance that was blocking the lock to the door. It's some sort of adhesive. It was liquid when exposed to air, but when exposed to air, it quickly dried and hardened. It's not any sort of common glue, though. It's much stronger than that. Maybe with more time I can determine its exact provenance, but as for now, Murray shrugs his shoulders and takes a long sip from his teacup. What about the critical evidence stolen from Scotland Yard mentioned in the Times? Do you know anything about that? Ah, yes, I saw that article myself. They must be referring to the walking stick they brought to me. It was the murder weapon, but Nims claimed he didn't do it. There's a new technique called fingerprint analysis that has been developed. Quite fascinating. I was able to match Nim's fingerprints with those left on the bloody walking stick, but without the walking stick, there's not much of a case, as there were no eyewitnesses. Okay, so it looks like confirmation that we've got a little side case here, possibly completely independent, but the game clearly wants us to investigate it a little bit. Fingerprints on a bloody walking stick. Okay, and then the orange tea was not poisoned. Pure Earl Grey, no sugar. And then we're told that the stuff put into the lock was actually some fancy, quick-drying liquid. Not any common glue. So who would have access to such a thing? That's like spycraft. A normal person, I mean, it's a sophisticated method of attack to block the lock, but even more than that now, it's some fancy spycraft. Maybe even mean reason for us to talk to Mycroft. I'm now more curious if our lawyer was into some sort of international spycraft case. Okay. All right. Let's find addresses for our people of interest here. And let's not forget to visit Gunderson's home. So Amelia Luca, who's next door. Oops. Okay, there's Amelia Luca, 9WC. She saw something. She's a witness. Probably we should talk to her before something happens to her. Now, Keynes, now we're in his book. 4 p.m. and midnight. All right, so he went to Keynes around lunchtime. Let's see. Keynes Chop House, 37WC. Chop House, huh? And we have a Brenda Smith. These are his appointments from yesterday. Brenda Smith, 60WC. Rollo Pennybaker. Thirty-four Southeast. Hill Slack. There's William Slack. Hey, look, Sleuth Publications off the map. 40 Southeast. Marcia Barrow. So it's pretty common when I play for me to do this, like write down addresses for people in my notes so that I don't forget to visit them. Marcia Barrow, 7WC. This is the engraved nameplate on the other desk, so I think this could be the secretary. Okay, so let's start by going to the witness before this witness gets knocked off. If we had mentioned if there were any boots on the body, he might not have worn any. Started snowing at 8 a.m. that day, I believe. Not sure if it stands out, but he did have a coat and scarf. Interesting. 9WC. Okay, here's the witness. A short, plump woman with graying hair greets us at the door. "See?" she inquires. "Oh, madam, we're working with the police. We heard you have information about the incident across the street." "Ah, si, scusi, please come in." We enter Miss Luca's small flat, and she ushers us into chairs while she gets a kettle of tea brewing. "Miss Luca, we really can't stay long. Can you tell us what you saw?" asks Wiggins. "See? Yesterday there big snow. Yes, I am sitting table looking snow. Then I see man come out door across street." She gestures at the exterior entrance to Wilkie Gunderson's office building. "What time was this?" "Dieci di notte. Scusi, 10 at night. Snow has just stopped, or maybe I don't see, yes? So I think this strange. Nobody outside, streets empty because of snow. I live here 4 years, never seen nobody come out building at 10. "Are you sure it was a man you saw?" See, a man. He walked by street lamp. I no get look, but too big for woman. And carrying heavy bags." "Carrying heavy bags?" "See, big long bags with how you say, a handle for hands. Carrying one bag each hand. Looks very heavy. Going slow." "And which way did he go?" "I go towards Ormond Street and then turn sinistra left, down alley, towards Southampton. That's all I see." Miss Luca tries to get us to stay for tea, but Wiggins stammers an apology, and we make our way back out to the street. We look down at the snow and see familiar boot prints leading away from Miss Luca's home. What does that mean? Does that mean Holmes has been here? What does he mean, familiar boot prints? Is that a statement about Holmes or something I'm missing? Okay, but it looks like we may need to map out a route here. But before we do, let's make some notes here, because this looks like it could be, it sounds like it could be our murderer. All right, so she sees a man come out of the door. 10 p.m. man leaves Wilkie's office. Okay. She says streets are empty because of the snow. She never sees anyone leaving that building at 10 p.m. because it's an office building. "Are you sure it was a man?" She says, "Yes, he was big." And then he's carrying two long bags. Two long, heavy bags. What are those? That's odd. Okay, which way did he go? And then we get a direction. Okay, so let's map this out for ourselves using our technique here. Okay, so Wilkie's office is 76 WC. Let's see if we can't get ourselves situated here. Okay, so there's our, okay, there's Wilkie's office right here, 76 WC. Our witness is here. Okay. So she's looking across the way. She sees someone come out here, 10 p.m. off this building. She never sees someone leave this building at 10 p.m. And what does she say she saw? She says he went towards Ormond Street, which is here, Great Ormond Street. Right, let me see if I can't zoom us up here a little bit more. Okay, she sees someone come out here, head towards Great Ormond Street. Then he turned left down the alley, maybe this alley here, towards Southampton. Yes, okay. That's all she saw. So, according to our witness, our suspect has gone and made a left down towards Southampton. But we don't know where he was headed to from there. I would note that here's London University College, where we know our guy has a class ring from. That's a little bit tempting to think he might be headed towards there. What about train station? Could have been going to Euston Station. That would be another reason you would go here. Euston Station, London University College. Let's just make a note of. This is from 9WC. Possible destinations. Euston Station, London University College. Okay. I mean, it is interesting that the guy has gone north and west, because it does limit, his destinations to a fairly small corner of London. Of course, if he's getting in a cab, it doesn't help us. But you'd think if you're going for a cab, you'd head this way, not this way. Okay, well, there's our witness. 2 large bags. Now I want to talk to the secretary even more. Let's talk to Marcia Barrow, see if she really is the secretary. But probably we need to take a break first. And it confirms she does think the familiar shoe prints are Holmes. And it says it would be cool if Emily told us that she saw the man when the snow stopped, and we could have figured out from the article that it was at 10 p.m. Interesting. Okay, let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Caught for Two. We're playing The Locked In Lawyer, a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes consulting detective. We've got some interesting information so far, some odd circumstances of death. In fact, cause of death unknown, suspected poisoning. But we've just heard from a witness watching a guy leave the offices of our murdered solicitor at 10 p.m. carrying 2 heavy bags. It's it would be the thing is, it's odd. It's an odd idea that he would be carrying out papers in those kinds of big duffel bags. It makes you think that he made a deal with the lawyer, and the fact that the solicitor is bruised from a month ago makes me feel like Gunderson might be involved in some criminal activity, and he was murdered by someone who he met after hours in his office. He really shouldn't have been there in the office at 10 p.m. So it makes it sound like he had some clandestine meeting, and then someone drank with him, poisoned him, and locked the door so he wouldn't be discovered or couldn't leave. Marco says the unknown substance put in the lock could have been produced in a university lab, so the university could be a place of interest. Interesting. John says, good point. DJ Moneycut says he sleeps there sometimes at least because of the bed. That's interesting. Well, I do think we should talk to his secretary and maybe his house, his wife, if he's married, might know something. So let's start by trying to find the secretary, who we think might be Marcia Barrow. So let's see if we can talk to Marcia. We knock on the door of Marcia Barrow's flat and are answered by a woman around 35 years of age with light brown hair and eyes that would look sad even under happier circumstances. Hello there, Miss Barrow. We're associates of Sherlock Holmes. Can we ask you a few questions? Yes, of course, though I told Inspector Lestrade everything I know this morning. Thank you for your patience. We're just making sure nothing was missed. Could you tell us how you came to find the body? Yes, certainly. I worked for Mr. Gunderson on Mondays and Wednesdays. You see, Mr. Gunderson was only a couple of years out of university and was still building his practice, so there was not enough work for me to be here all week, nor do I think he could have afforded it, to be honest. I would come in and type up court documents, contracts, and other notes he needed formalized. When I was leaving on Monday, I asked Mr. Gunderson whether I should come in Wednesday, since there was talk of snow. He said a little snow never hurt anybody, and that I should most assuredly come in, as he would be doing his usual Tuesday night routine. I'm sorry, interrupts Wiggins. His usual Tuesday night routine? Yes, you see, Mr. Gunderson was still building his business, as I said, and he couldn't afford for me to be idle. So after I typed up everything he needed on a Monday, he would stay in the office all night and all day and night Tuesday, making sure I had enough to work on when I came back on Wednesday. That's what the bed in the office was for. He'd stay up working until 1 or 2 and then just sleep there until I arrived in the morning. So even though we got all that snow yesterday, I knew I'd better come in, as Mr. Gunderson would be here. I live close by, so it was manageable. I got to the office at 9 a.m. this morning and knocked softly on the door. Sometimes Mr. Gunderson is still asleep when I arrive on Wednesdays, so I like to give him a chance to make himself presentable. When I heard no reply, I knocked louder, but still nothing. That's when I tried to open the door with my key. Are you and Mr. Gunderson the only people with a key to the office? Asked Wiggins. Absolutely. Mr. Gunderson pointed that out to me more than once in an effort to scare me into not losing my copy. It worked, too. And why would the door be locked if Mr. Gunderson was inside? Well, there are several other offices on the ground and first floor, so the building policy is to leave the exterior door unlocked at all times. It's the responsibility of each office to lock their own interior door. Occasionally on a cold morning, I'd come in and find a street urchin asleep near the stairwell, but they always shuffle off when I give them a stern talking to. But about a year ago, a brazen thief came into the building in broad daylight and robbed the importer-exporter who works in one of the ground floor offices at knife point. Ever since then, Mr. Gunderson made it a policy that the office door always stays locked, no matter what. He said we were only to open it to go out, come in, or let somebody in or out, and that he'd dock me a day's pay if he found it unlocked otherwise. I see. We found 2 keys of the office. The larger appeared to be the office key. You know what the smaller key was for? Miss Barrow looks slightly taken aback. I'm sure I wouldn't know, but I can only assume it's his house key. I see, says Wiggins. Please go on. Well, I went to use my key and I couldn't even get it into the lock. We noticed there was a white substance in the lock that appeared to be blocking it. Do you know anything about that? Heavens, no, exclaims Miss Barrow. My key worked perfectly fine on Monday. Interesting, says Wiggins. Go on with your story, please. I was concerned for Mr. Gunderson's health. What if the radiator had gone out and he was half frozen? That happened to a Mr. Potsdam just up the road, you know. Anyway, I went to the local police department and one of them brought a battering ram over to knock the door down. That's when we saw Mr. Gunderson just lying there on the floor with vomit everywhere. It was horrible, just horrible. And that awful harsh smell of death. I'm so sorry, Miss Barrow. Just a few more questions, Wiggins says. Can you shed some light on the people in Mr. Gunderson's schedule? Wiggins shows Miss Barrow his copy of Gunderson's schedule. I'd be happy to. Let's see. Monday, 12:30 was Keen's Chop House. Mr. Gunderson met his best friends there for lunch. Can you give us their names? Yes, certainly. Joachim Rittenhouse, Frederick Ames, and Werner Fallon. They met at university and have been inseparable ever since. They all worked nearby, so would frequently meet for lunch. Often one or another of them would come by the office and they'd talk about plans the 4 of them and their wives had to get dinner together or go see a play. Did any of his friends drop by this week? Not on Monday. I can't speak to Tuesday. Yesterday. As for his 2:30 meeting, that was with Brenda Smith. I was, of course, present during that meeting since I work there Mondays. Miss Smith had hired Mr. Gunderson to help her in her case against her husband, James. He's very abusive and she's seeking a divorce, but he refuses to grant it. Mrs. Smith was providing Mr. Gunderson with the details of Mr. Smith's cruelty, and I was typing it out. How many times has Mrs. Smith been here before? I believe it was her second meeting with Mr. Gunderson, but I was not present for the first one. What about this next entry? Asked Wiggins. Mr. Pennypacker? He's a businessman who hired Mr. Gunderson to help him gain restitution against a client who owed him a large sum of money. The case was not progressing as hoped, and Mr. Pennypacker was unhappy with Mr. Gunderson. And what about Bill Slack? Asks Wiggins. A dark shadow falls over Miss Barrow's face. Like I said, Mr. Gunderson was still getting his business going and money was tight. He couldn't get a second loan from the bank, so he had to get it from a more disreputable source. Mr. Slack loaned Mr. Gunderson some money. I don't know how much, but I'm sure the interest rate was exorbitant. A few weeks ago, I saw that Mr. Gunderson looked to be in pain, and after much pestering, he confessed that Mr. Slack's associates had roughed him up a bit after he had missed one of his payments. I offered to defer my wage for a week to help out, but Mr. Gunderson wouldn't hear of it. Is there anything else you can think of that might be useful, Miss Barrow? Inquires Wiggins. No, I don't think so. But if you go see his wife Eleanor, please pass on my condolences. I met her a couple of times when she came by the office, and she was such a nice girl. Thank you, Miss Barrow. You've been very helpful. Okay, so bunch of hints to go visit him at home, which we already figured out on our own. We've got plans to. And we're told who these people are that he met with on Monday and Tuesday. Now, what's interesting is now we're told about Bill Slack being a money lender. And there's our explanation for how he got the bruises. Mr. Slack's associates roughed him up. Now, so a loan shark roughing someone up is completely normal. A loan shark wouldn't kill a person who owed them money, though. So unless this loan shark has come up with some other way that Gunderson is going to pay him off, like agreeing to give him files he shouldn't have, you wouldn't expect this guy to have killed him. But more intriguing is another connection with the university. So we're told his Monday 12:30 was to meet with his friends. And we're given their names. So I wonder if one of them is going to be doing research into adhesives, some spycraft stuff. So we have Joachim Rittenhouse, Frederick Ames, Werner Fallon. And this is at 7WC Friends. And these are who he met at Keene's. So he might want to go to Keene's to see if anyone remembers this meeting being unpleasant. Brenda Smith divorcing someone. Penny Packer has hired him to get money from a client. She tells us she's got. When I ask about the smaller key, she says probably for his house key. And now we know what the bed is for. He stays over on Tuesday nights to make sure she has enough work to do. We don't know who else would know that. Someone has showed up at 10 p.m., killed him, and then left with bags. Gas cylinders in the bags. That's an interesting idea. We still have a motive. Now, a radiator. Let's talk about how a radiator works for a second. If the door is locked, even when he's in there, maybe a killer can't get in. Maybe a killer is pumping in gas through the radiators. depending on the kind of radiator, it does let air out. You can have traps depending on a two-pipe radiator doesn't have an air brake on it, but older radiators do have the air has to get out of the radiator before the steam can get in. So you could imagine a way to poison someone would to be to put tanks of poison connected to the radiator, as DJ Moneycut is suggesting, but 2 tanks, that seems impossible. John says, they mentioned a neighbor down the street who had radiator troubles in the past. Did you note his name down? I didn't. I thought that seemed unrelated, but you're right. It's possible. I think that was a Mr. Potsdam or something. You're right. That could lead us to something. Let's see. Door always stays locked. We're told that one of the people in the building was robbed. That's why they keep it locked. Where is her statement about here? Mr. Potsdam just up the road. You're right, had trouble with radiator. You could imagine a case where that might leave us to the radiator company, which could tell us something a little bit about how radiators work. But what I was trying to say before is I can imagine a canister of gas killing him by pumping it in. I mean, it would not be easy. You'd have to disconnect pipes of the radiator system. But even in such a crazy case, how could you possibly need 2 giant cylinders of poison gas? Surely 1 would be sufficient. It is an interesting idea, though. Okay. I'm interested in the university angle. Which means the 3 friends. The others seemed less likely to be murderers. Let's go to Keen's and see if any waitresses remember some disagreement during their last meeting. 37WC. And then maybe we'll go straight to the university. Okay, so 37WC, this is where they went for lunch. We tried the door to Keen's Chop House, but it's locked, no doubt due to the weather. But we spy 2 men outside repairing one of its windows. Excuse me, Wiggins says. Sorry, gentlemen, restaurant's closed today, offers one of the men. All our regular customers canceled their reservations due to the snow. We'll be open again tomorrow. The only reason we're here is some blasted kid threw an ice ball through our window. We're not actually looking to eat, replies Wiggins, but it sounds like you work here. We're working with the police on a case. Maybe you can help us. The second man's customer service instincts kick in. Certainly. I'm Glenn Felwick. I manage Keen's. How can I be of service? We're investigating the death of one of your patrons, Wilkie Gunderson. Felwick recoils. Mr. Gunderson's dead? He was just here on Monday. Are you implying our food had something to do with it? I can assure you, we only use the highest quality ingredients. I'm sure you do, placates Wiggins. Can you tell us about Mr. Gunderson's visit on Monday? The first man pipes in. I'm a waiter here. I served Mr. Gunderson and his friends on Monday. We offer an excellent prefix menu for weekday lunches. And the four of them come in enough, I learned their names. But Mr. Fallon wasn't with them on Monday. Is that unusual? Belwick replies, normally, it's all four of them. There have been other instances where only three of them have come, but we operate strictly on a reservation basis. And their reservation was for four. I was up front when they arrived, and they were clearly surprised that Mr. Fallon didn't show. Was there anything else unusual of note? The waiter jumps back in. Mr. Ames and Mr. Rittenhouse were their usual selves, but Mr. Gunderson seemed very pensive. Hardly touched his food. Well, thank you for your time, gentlemen, says Wiggins, as the men return to their window repair. Okay, well, that is interesting. So, on Monday at 12:30, when they have their normal lunch, our guy is already pensive and nervous. Let's follow up on the guy who doesn't show, because my instincts are tingling. Mr. Fallon was not with them, and Gunderson is nervous. So let's find our addresses for the friends. We've got Rittenhouse. Shaquem Rittenhouse, 65 WC. Frederick Ames. .48 Northwest. And then we have Werner Fallon. .41 WC. I want to note that 41 WC is actually on this route, right? She sees someone leave at 10 p.m., head this way. In addition to being the way towards the university, it's the way towards Werner Fallon's house. Okay, let us go pay a visit to Werner Fallon. Our knock on the green door at the Fallon residence is met with a muffled cry of, just a minute, just a minute. A few seconds later, the door opens and a voluptuous young lady with dark curly brown hair and large eyes is standing before us. How may I help you, gentlemen? Asked the young lady. Is this the home of Mr. and Mrs. Fallon? Queries Wiggins. Yes, it is. I'm Mabel Fallon. How do you do? Ah, Mrs. Fallon. We're working with the police and have some distressing news to share with you. Wilkie Gunderson is dead. Mabel Fallon begins to sway gently, then rock. Then she crashes to the floor in a full-fledged swoon. Fortunately, Wiggins is quick enough to grab her as she falls, and she doesn't appear to be too worse for wear. Mrs. Fallon, are you all right? Mabel comes to and says weakly, Wilkie? Dead? And with that, she begins to bawl. We'll help her to her feet and walk into the Fallon drawing room, which has shapely bay windows and decorative wood walls. Mrs. Fallon, we know this is a difficult time, but could you answer a few questions for us? We're trying to figure out how Mr. Gunderson died. Why is she so upset? How in the world can I help with that? Mabel says between sniffles. Can you tell us about your relationship with Mr. Gunderson? What do you mean by that? We just mean how you know Mr. Gunderson, Wiggins clarifies. Oh, well, Werner and Wilkie were old university chums, so we'd often spend time together, along with Wilkie's wife Eleanor, plus Frederick and Zola Ames, and Joachim and Juliana Rittenhouse. So it would always be the 8 of you. Well, no, of course not. I've known Zola even longer than I've known my husband, so we would often meet just the 2 of us. And the men would frequently have lunch together during the work week and met every Saturday at the Tankerville to play cards. They gamble when they play, unfortunately, and I'm afraid Werner has not fared particularly well. Is Mr. Fallon home now? No, he's at work. He manages the dental office for George Jones. I was surprised they would be open with the snow, but I guess when people need a tooth pulled, there's no waiting. And did he work all day yesterday then as well? Yes. In fact, he was there until quite late. I had to eat supper without him. Well, what time did he arrive home? Asks Wiggins. I don't know. I was asleep in bed waiting, and when I woke up, it was the middle of the night and he was next to me. With that, Mabel falls into uncontrollable sobbing, and we show ourselves out. Okay, so she's upset and sobbing. It sounds like maybe she's having an affair with our murdered victim. And I wonder if Werner has caught them. And it's probably occurred to you the same way it's occurred to me when we learn where he works. He manages the dental office. Now, 2 things jump out when you think about a dental office. 1, DJ Moneycut's theory of cylinders of gas suddenly start to sound a little more appealing. Like, is it the gas you use to knock someone unconscious that he's got access to? But then the second piece of that is you could imagine a dentist having use of some fast drying adhesive some specialty adhesive. Yes, our Werner is starting to look like our prime candidate here. And he wasn't home at night when the murder took place. I think I think the pieces are falling into place here. Now, she mentions someone, Zola Ames, who she's long been friends with, even before her husband. I think this is the person who's going to be able to confirm that she was having an affair with our guy. And then they play cards and gamble. Not sure why that's relevant to us, but it feels like it could be. Let me just write this down. Tankerville to gamble. This is at 41 WC. George Jones, dentist. Feels like at George Jones, we're going to hear something about cylinders. And it says, did we talk to the widow yet? No. We could do that next. Okay, let's talk to Gunderson's widow, and then I want to go to George Jones, the dentist's office, because I think we have a theory of, now we have a working theory for motive and manner of death. Motive being revenge for sleeping with his wife, which our guy Gunderson knows that he found out. That's why he didn't show up and why our guy was nervous. And method of death is lock the door, pump in the poison through the radiator. And then Zola Ames is the confidant of Mabel Fallon. I think she might be able to confirm that they were having the affair. That would be a reason to try to talk to her when we go to the Ames house. Okay, I make these boxes to tell me that I should need to look up that location and make sure I go to it. Okay. TJ Moneycut says, should we check the paper? Let's wait until we're ready to look into that secondary case. Anna wants to go to the widow Gunderson's house. Let's try that. 50 WC. Let's see if she knows her husband was having an affair, which we suspect. We're greeted at the door by a woman in her mid-20s who would be attractive if her makeup had not been running from crying and not run from crying. She's sporting a fashionable hairstyle with her thin blonde hair. Mrs. Gunderson, I presume, asks Wiggins. Yes, I'm Eleanor Gunderson, the woman says between sniffles. How may I help you? We're associates of Sherlock Holmes. We're working on your husband's case, says Wiggins sympathetically, but also a bit glad that she seems to have already heard the news of her husband's passing. May we come in? I see. I've already spoken to an officer from Scotland Yard. What is the great Sherlock Holmes interested in my husband's passing? Let me put some tea on and you can explain everything. We enter the home and have a quick look around while being ushered to some chairs. The furnishings are barely middle class, not exactly shabby, but well worn and in need of updating. Mrs. Gunderson, we don't want to alarm you, but we're entertaining the possibility that there was foul play involved in your husband's death. Mrs. Gunderson looks taken aback. Foul play? Are you sure? Well, no, but we have to investigate every possibility. Was there anyone who wanted harm to come to your husband? Mrs. Gunderson pauses a moment, sighs, and then speaks in a voice with anger mixed among the grief. Well, there is one person. Wilkie was working really hard to build his business, but it was slow going. He had to take a loan from a very unsavory character. He never told me the man's name, but Wilkie was having trouble paying him back. I thought business had picked up enough to cover the debt, but I guess not. 3 weeks ago, Wilkie came home and was clearly very badly hurt. He could barely walk. I tried to take him to a doctor, but he refused. After I pressed him on it, he admitted that this man's goons had beaten him up on his way home from work because he'd missed a couple of payments. Do you think this man could be responsible for Wilkie's death? We're not sure, Mrs. Gunderson, but we will definitely follow up on it, Wiggins assures her. Can you give us a little bit of background on your relationship with Mr. Gunderson? How did you meet? We met 5 years ago when Wilkie was at London University College. I worked in the registrar's office, and he came in one day to change a class, and the rest, as they say, is history. Wiggins stops to consider his next question before simply blundering ahead. Would you say it was a happy marriage, then? Eleanor sniffles slow for a moment as she considers the question for a moment. It was a practical marriage. We liked each other and were mostly happy. But I must confess neither of us were head over heels. The money problems we were having put an extra stress on our relationship. He has seemed especially distant from me in recent months. I think he may have been seeing another woman. Another woman, says the surprised Wiggins. What makes you say that? Oh, it's just a suspicion. I can't be sure, but something seemed off about his behavior. But even if he was seeing another woman, I was willing to look past it and continue to build a life together. I see, says Wiggins, deciding to change the subject to something less awkward. What can you tell us about Mr. Gunderson's clients? Wilkie did not talk about work very much, but he did mention a client named Pennypacker, who he believed would pay him money this week. He was excited because he needed the money quite badly. We need the money quite badly. I see, says Wiggins. Outside of work, what kind of a social life did the two of you lead? Wilkie had a group of 3 friends he was very close with going back to university. Werner Fallon, Joachim Rittenhouse, and Freddie Ames. I've become friends with their wives. The 8 of us would often spend time together, going to plays or having dinner. The men would often have lunch together and met every Saturday to play cards at Tankerville. Do you know where these friends of Mr. Gunderson are employed? Oh, yes, of course. Werner manages G.H. Jones' dental office. Joachim is a banker at Continental Bank, and Freddie is one of the managers at Bentley's private hotel. Maybe that's where he spotted them having an affair. No, sure you wouldn't go to a place that one of your friends worked. If Mr. Rittenhouse is a banker, how come Mr. Gunderson didn't go to him when he needed a loan? Joachim had arranged the initial loan that Wilkie used to get his practice off the ground. When Wilkie needed more money, Joachim said there was nothing he could do. Continental was unwilling to extend Wilkie more credit, but I suspect there was more to it than that. Well, thank you for your time, Mrs. Gunderson. You've been very kind, and we are sorry for your loss, offers Wiggins as we exit. Please, implores Mrs. Gunderson, you've been very kind. If my husband has been killed, bring his murderer to justice. Okay, well, the main thing that we've gotten from here is our theory of him having an affair looks like it is matched by Mrs. Gunderson's stuff. Mrs. Gunderson also thinks he's having an affair. We have a suspicion it was Werner's wife. All right, so if we have trouble finding Freddie, we could find him at Bentley's. I'm not sure why we would need to talk to him at work, but maybe if he's not at home. And Joaquim is at Continental Bank. So another mention of Tankerville where they go to play cards. I wonder, well, what are we looking for? We're looking for somewhere between Saturday and Monday. Werner found out that they're having an affair. That's why he doesn't show up at the normal Monday meeting. So I think to help prove our motive, we need to prove that Werner discovered the affair. We might get confirmation here that there was an argument and a fight, or we might hear it from one of the friends. I feel like we're going to hear it from Zola Ames, whose best friend is Mabel Fallon. And I definitely want us to go to the dentist and hear about their laughing gas would poison someone. But I think actually I'm interested in talking to Ames and seeing if we can get Zola to tell us that Mabel Fallon has confessed to her that she was having an affair. So let's try that. Ames is 48 Northwest. And then we'll go to the dentist. My gut tells me that she's going to have confessed to her best friend. The Ames's flat is in a nice enough part of town, but it's clearly the most run-down building on the block. Two of the windows are cracked. One of the rain gutters appears completely broken, and we believe we could pull several bricks right out with our bare hands if so desired. Our knock is answered by a rather plain-looking woman of about 23 with auburn hair. She's carrying a sponge in her hand. "Is this the home of Mr. and Mrs. Ames?" asks Wiggins. "It is. I'm Zola Ames. What is this about?" answers the woman. "Ah, hello there, Mrs. Ames. I'm afraid I have some bad news to report. Wilkie Gunderson is dead." Zola's eyes go wild. "Dead? But my husband just saw him on Monday. How did he die?" "He was found dead at his office this morning. While it may have been natural causes, we're exploring every angle. Can we ask you a few questions?" Certainly, certainly. Please come in." We enter the flat, and while it is a little bit nicer than the outside, it's still a bit dilapidated. There are cracks on the ceiling, and the furnishings are quite Spartan. "You'll have to excuse our home. We decided a year ago to purchase our own flat, but working at a hotel doesn't pay very well, and this is all we could afford. We figure we'll be able to fix it up over time. I was just doing some cleaning myself." "Your husband works at a hotel then?" "Yes, he's one of the managers at Bentley's private hotel. He's there now. Yesterday, when the snow started really coming down, he sent a page here to let me know that he was just going to sleep in one of the unused rooms there. It was far too far a trek to try and come home last night with all the snow falling and the carriages had stopped running." "What was your and Mr. Ames's relationship with the Gundersons?" "Freddie was friends with Wilkie from university, along with their other two close friends, Joaquim Rittenhouse, and Werner Fallon." I don't know how you really pronounce that. Joaquim or Joachim? Did you spend time with them as well, or was it just Mr. Ames who did? Oh no, I did as well. We wives were all friends. I actually knew Mabel Fallon before I'd ever met Freddie. She and I met at a finishing school and became best friends. Mabel thought Werner's friend Freddie would be a good match for me, so she introduced us. We were married 6 months later. Were there any animosities within the friend group? Zola hesitates before responding. I'm sure it's nothing, but anything you tell us would be extremely helpful, Miss Ames. Zola's resolute. No, I was mistaken. There were no animosities. Good day, gentlemen. Okay, yeah. So she knows about the affair, but she doesn't want to say anything. That's my read of it. I'm sure it's nothing. There were no animosities. Okay. I thought she was going to she was going to confess that they were having an affair, but she's keeping secret. Okay, let's go to the Tankerville. We're going to save the dentist for a little bit. Let's go to Tankerville and see if they had a fight while gambling. Then maybe we'll go to the dentist. The Tankerville Club, 34WC. Okay. Let's see if someone sees that the men had a fight. The plaque outside the gray stone building reads, Tankerville Card Club, established 1869. We enter, and given the weather, are unsurprised to see it's almost empty. A group of 4 men sit in the middle of the room, smoking pipes and playing whist, famous card game that used to be all the rage. A male server is providing them drinks that were poured by the lone man behind the bar. As we walk in, a man of about 45 in a suit with slicked back hair greets us. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Let me get you a table. I don't believe we've seen you in here before. My name is Louis Samuels. I'm the manager of the club. Good afternoon, Mr. Samuels, says Wiggins. We're actually not here to play cards. We're associates of Sherlock Holmes and are working on a case for the police. Do you think you could help us? I will certainly do my best. How does the Tankerville fit into something the esteemed Sherlock Holmes is working on? We're 4 men in here on Saturday by the names of Gunderson, Rittenhouse, Ames, and Fallon. Why, yes, they come in every Saturday. And what did they play? They always play draw poker. They gamble then. Well, yes, of course. We'd be this empty every day if our clientele didn't gamble, laughed Mr. Samuels. Who won? I did not follow their game very closely, but usually Mr. Rittenhouse wins. Sometimes quite a tidy sum. On Saturday, a fight broke out at their table. Now, arguments at our establishment are not that uncommon because of the gambling. Well, this was very surprising because those 4 are always very good-natured about it. Let me see if Jimmy knows anything more. Mr. Samuels motions the server over and repeats our line of questioning. Mr. Samuels, Jimmy says, I wasn't here on Saturday, remember? I had to meet with my father who was in town. Oh, that's right, says Mr. Samuels apologetically. But I have served those gentlemen many other times, and I can tell you this. I'm pretty sure Mr. Rittenhouse is cheating. I don't have absolute proof, so I've never said anything about it to you, Mr. Samuels. But since this is a police matter, I thought I'd better mention it. I'm almost sure I once saw a card up Mr. Rittenhouse's sleeve, but he hid it away from me very quickly. And he wins so consistently, I can't come to any other conclusion. Okay, so we heard they had a fight, which is why we came here. We came here thinking that maybe they had a fight on Saturday where Werner discovered about the affair. This guy is suggesting maybe they really had a fight because they've caught this guy cheating. But that doesn't make sense because Rittenhouse got together with them on Monday and everyone was in a good mood. So I don't think they're mad at Rittenhouse. I think this fighting was because Fallon has accused Gunderson of having an affair of some sort. Okay, little comment about Joaquin being the right pronunciation. But and it does not like that our guy Rittenhouse could be cheating, but I don't think that's what they found out about. Okay, it's time to go to the dentist. Actually, maybe all right, well, let's go to the dentist. So first we have to find the dentist, George Jones. Dentist. Jones, George H, 64 WC. So our working theory is that Werner Fallon has now borrowed from his office where he works, dentist's office, special adhesive that he could squirt into the lock that hardens very quickly, and gas that would knock someone out that if put in too large supply would kill someone. So here we go. This could break our case wide open if we can get confirmation. I still don't know how he would have found out, which would be useful in a court of law to really prove that he did find out, but let's see what we've got here. We walk into the stately dental office of G.H. Jones and are met by a perky receptionist in a corseted dress at a large oak desk. Good evening, gentlemen. Please feel free to hang your coats, hats, and scarves on the rack. How may I help you? Is one of you having a dental emergency? Dr. Jones has quite a busy schedule, but he could probably fit you in. Maybe at 4? No? Perhaps 4:30? Let me check to see where we moved Mrs. Delaney to. It looks like she rescheduled for tomorrow. What with this terrible... No, Wiggins blurts out to stop the receptionist's ramblings. We're not here for an appointment. We're actually working with the police. The police? What on earth for? I can assure you we run a first-rate off... It's nothing like that, Wiggins interrupts again. A friend of one of your employees has died. Is Mr. Fallon in? Died? Oh my goodness, how awful. Who was it? How did he die? My lord, I can only imagine. Yes, Werner Fallon is in. You can go right back and see him. It's the second door on the left. If you reach the operating room, you've gone too far. You won't catch Mr. Fallon dead in there. He faints at the merest sight of blood. Oh no, did I just say catch Mr. Fallon dead? That's an awful thing to say with his friend so recently passed. I didn't mean it. It's just an expression. Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you. says Wiggins, as we back away slowly and head down the hall to Mr. Fallon's office. The door's only half closed, and so Wiggins knocks on the door as he pushes it open. It's a reasonably sized room for an office, but it has the appearance of being very cramped, as it is clearly doubling as the dental supply room. We see boxes of surgical gloves, bags of ammonium nitrate, large steel canisters of nitrous oxide, masks, rubber tubing, and more piled against one wall. A small desk has been forced into the opposite corner. The rest of the room consists of a laboratory setup complete with beakers and Bunsen burners. All right, so this is our theory. First of all, his office is right where the equipment is. He's got large steel canisters of nitrous oxide. That was DJ Moneycut's original theory, that they were canisters of gas. He's not easy access to them. And my light here is clicking like mad. Let me see. Where is my thing to fix it? Let's see if that fixes it. Okay, so I think we're definitely on the right track. Let's keep reading this interaction. Seated behind the desk is a young man with auburn hair who's fairly tall and more than a bit doughy. Oh, I wanted to point out one other thing. She says he faints at the merest sight of blood. My take on that is that, like, he wouldn't confront him. He wouldn't stab him, shoot him like that. So it does make sense that he's going to try to kill him in a bloodless way from a distance. He's fairly tall, which matches our witness, more than a bit doughy. Pardon us, Mr. Fallon, I presume. We're working with the police on a case. May we talk with you for a moment? With the police? How does this concern me? We have some unfortunate news to share with you. Your friend Wilkie Gunderson is dead. Werner takes a deep breath. Wilkie dead, but how? Well, we're still trying to figure that out. Can you tell us how you knew Mr. Gunderson? We met at London University College. We've been friends for ages. And when was the last time you saw him? On Saturday. We met at Tankerville for our usual card game. And how did that go? Not that well. I lost a couple of pounds to Joaquin, but that's not so unusual. I must admit I got into a fight with Wilkie. What did you and Mr. Gunderson fight about? He thought I was cheating at cards, which was ridiculous as I was losing. I'm crushed that this will be my last memory of him. Why would can you think of anybody who would want Mr. Gunderson's dead? Why would anybody want Wilkie dead? It doesn't make any sense. At that moment, another man wearing surgical garb enters the office behind us. Werner, who are these men? Have you cooked up more nitrous yet? I still don't understand how we're running low. And we are going to need new scalpels as well. And Mr. Phillips is trying to raise our rent. You tell him there's not a chance in you know where that we're paying him another shilling. And another thing, we back out of the office and make our escape as the dentist continues his verbal assault on Mr. Fallon. All right, well, this is really leaning into it now that they're running low on nitrous. If there was any more doubt about it, there's still any doubt about our theory, this is getting rid of it. Ammonium nitrate, Anna says, there it is. So is ammonium nitrate what we think the white thing is? Or do we think that's poison? Can someone look up what is ammonium nitrate? Is that what's used to make the nitrous? Maybe that's just what's used to make the nitrous gas. The point is that they're running low on nitrous gas because he used it to kill our guy, probably through the radiator system. Now, he admits he had a fight, but he says it was over cheating at cards, but we don't believe that at all. But that could be what he told the others. All right, so I think we have our murder. We have our motive. We have our means, although we might want to talk to a radiator person to find out specifically how he got in and hooked up the gas to the radiator lines. It wouldn't be easy, but I think that's basically it. Why don't we take our next break and then we'll decide what we need to nail down before we accuse anyone. We've also got our little side case that we might want to check out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. You are watching Co-op for Two. We are well into the case of the locked-in lawyer. In fact, we believe we have solved it. We know our murderer, we know the motive, we know the means, but we're talking about, do we need to get a little more evidence about it? If you were going to make a list of what you'd like to sort of resolve, we'd like proof Werner knew of the affair. We believe he did. We believe he probably found out on Saturday at the gambling club while they were playing poker, or confronted him on Saturday, but we don't have proof about that. We would like to know maybe mechanical details of introducing gas into radiator one. Maybe we could get that by finding a radiator company, maybe through talking to the guy that died of when their radiator broke before. You could imagine both of these things could come up in a court of law if we're like, he did it, he knew of the affair, and he put the gas into the radiator. You could imagine Lestrade being like, well, how do you know he knew about the affair? And well, we're just assuming based on circumstantial evidence. And how did you say he put the gas into the radiator? How? And we just have to say, wow, he went to the basement and hooked it up. So we would like a little bit more of proof of those things. And then the other thing we might want is the side case about the stolen evidence. We haven't investigated that. So that's our to-do list. Okay, now let's leave this for later. Let's talk about these two. We think maybe talking to more of the friends would help explain that. In fact, maybe one of them found out about the affair and told the other one. In fact, if Mabel told her best friend Zola that she was having an affair, then maybe Zola's husband is the one that told Werner. Maybe Frederick Ames told Werner. One of them works in the hotel and one works in the bank. I think we go to the guy who worked in the hotel and see if he knew about it. All right, let's talk to the two friends. Bentley's Hotel, huh? Bentley's private hotel is 32 WC. While I'm here, let me just look up the Continental Bank. 68 WC. By the way, if our theory is right, then what we think happened after Werner killed him, we were theorizing that the witness sees him come, leave here. We were saying, did Werner's house is up here at 41. Was that where he was going? But really, he should be bringing it back to the dental office. But I just want to point out that the dental office is here at 64. So you could either go this way or go this way. So returning the canisters to the dental office is still consistent with the witness seeing him take this path. So our witness is still consistent with our theory. All right, let's talk to Freddie Ames and see if he is the one that told him about the affair. The doorman tips his cap as he opens the door for us to Bentley's private hotel. We've been all over London in our day, but have never had an opportunity to visit this particular hotel, famous for catering to those with money to spare. The foyer is decorated in a traditional Elizabethan style. The walls are composed of hundreds of wooden squares at eye level, while higher up are murals that depict the trials of Hercules. The white plaster ceiling is an astonishingly ornate collection of swirls and diagonal lines. While we're gazing around in wonderment, a short, middle-aged man approaches us. Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Alfred Whitmore. Welcome to Bentley's. This is your first time, I presume? Well, yes, but wonderful, wonderful. Normally we're totally sold out, but due to the snowstorm, we do have 2 rooms available. Might I recommend our Queen Anne room? It's really quite brilliant and has the coziest fireplace for warming up after a cold journey. I'm sure it's lovely, but something a little more masculine for a group then. Our King William IV room would suit you well. It has a manly but still whimsical nautical theme that, sir, please. We are not here to rent a room. We are associates of Sherlock Holmes and we're investigating a case. Alfred's voice drops to a faux whisper. Oh, Sherlock Holmes, you say? How exciting. Do tell me more. Actually, we're looking for Mr. Ames. Is he here? Oh, says the disappointed man. I see. Yes, he's here. I will fetch him presently. A couple of minutes later, Alfred returns with a young man of middling height and build, blond hair that's quickly balding, and intense green eyes. While this new man addresses us, Alfred pretends to dust the corners, but is clearly eavesdropping. Hello, gentlemen. I'm Frederick Ames. Mr. Whitmore said you were associates of Sherlock Holmes and wanted to see me. How can I be of service? Well, Mr. Ames, we have some shocking news to share. Wilkie Gunderson was found dead this morning. Ames visibly staggers. But how can that be? Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. Can you tell us how you were acquainted with Mr. Gunderson? We went to university together. I've been close friends with him ever since. And when was the last time you saw Mr. Gunderson? Presses Wiggins. Monday, at Keene's Chop House. I met him there along with Joaquin Rittenhouse. Our other friend, Werner Fallon, didn't show. I think he was still upset about Saturday. What happened on Saturday? Well, Werner and Wilkie got into an argument during our regular card game. Werner shouted, "How could you?" at Wilkie and stormed out. I still don't know what it was about. Joaquin was the one winning all the money. Wilkie refused to talk about it at Keene's. We're unsure whether Mr. Gunderson's death was natural causes or not. Wiggins thinks for a moment about how to phrase the next question delicately, but gives up and blunders ahead. Do you think Werner Fallon could be involved in Mr. Gunderson's death? Frady Fallon? Laughs Frederick. No chance. Why, he's never been in a fist fight in his life. He's completely terrified of blood, but somehow ended up working in a dentist's office. Have you looked into James Smith? Wilkie mentioned that case to me, and that fellow sounded downright vicious. If he is responsible for Wilkie's death, I hope you burn him at the stake. Frederick Ames walks off, and Alfred Whitmore sidles back up to us. You didn't hear it from me, he begins in his faux whisper. But if it's any help to your case, Freddie was here last night. He had a young red-headed woman with him in the William the Conqueror room. Not for the first time, I might add. Okay, so Freddie's having an affair as well. But here was what we were looking for, right? We were hoping he would shed some light on the fight. He kind of does. He says, and he confirms that our guy, Freddie Fallon, doesn't want to get his hands dirty. So that's why he's murdered him in this clever way. But how could you? He says. So he's definitely found out about the affair. We still don't have proof of it, but it seems very clear now. Should we stop by the other guys? I feel like we might as well stop by the banker's office just to close up these loose ends. To see if one of the friends knows about, can give us confirmation that Freddie knew about the affair. The large stone pillars making up Continental Bank's facade give way to a spacious interior with herringbone parquet flooring. In front of the bank are a row of cages where the tellers sit, though only one is working today. To the left and right are offices for the bank's other employees. They, too, look mostly empty at this moment. With no customers and so few employees, the large room has an eerie emptiness, and our steps echo when we walk. Wiggins walks up to the teller and asks if Mr. Rittenhouse is available. We're instructed to knock on the third door on the left-hand side. Upon doing so, a voice cries out, "Enter!" and we opened the door to find a handsome man with swept-over hair and hazel eyes sitting at the large oak desk that dominates the office. In one corner are boxes and boxes of files. A large umbrella lies in another corner by the hat rack. "Mr. Rittenhouse, I presume?" asks Wiggins. "Yes, I'm Joaquin Rittenhouse. How can I assist you today?" "We're helping the police with an investigation, and we have to share some rather sad and shocking news with you. Wilkie Gunderson is dead." Joaquin stares straight ahead for a moment, then bows his head and lets out a large sigh. "Are you sure?" he stammers. "Quite sure, unfortunately. Do you mind if we ask you a few questions?" "Of course. How can I help?" "Have you seen Mr. Gunderson recently?" "Yes, I've seen him twice in the last 4 days. In fact, on Saturday, I met with him, Werner Fallon, and Freddie Ames for a regular Saturday card game at Tankerville." "Do you play for money?" "Yes, a few quid exchange hands here and there." "And how did Mr. Gunderson do?" "Oh, it's hard to say. One week really blends into another with the cards. I imagine we've all broken even over time." "And when else did you see Mr. Gunderson recently?" presses Wiggins. "Monday. 2 days ago, I had lunch with him and Freddie at Keen's Chop House. Best steak in London." "Was your relationship with Mr. Gunderson purely personal then?" "No. Actually helped him get a loan from the bank for his solicitor's business. He was having some financial difficulties, it seems, and had to come back to me to see if we could offer him a second loan, but it was impossible, given his cash flow. I'm concerned he might have sought out a loan from a more dubious source. Do you think this could have anything to do with his death?" "Perhaps," says Wiggins. "We cannot divulge all the pertinent details of the case." "But he was my best friend. You must tell me." "Mr. Rittenhouse, please, we have a job to do here," Wiggins states in a gentle but authoritarian voice. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just so shocked by the whole thing. How can Wilkie be dead?" With that, Joaquin breaks down into tears and we show ourselves out. All right, well, that runs up the friends, although we could have visited the wives. We could have visited the wives. We didn't visit that guy yet. We didn't visit Rittenhouse's home. There's a bunch of people we haven't followed up on the clients, but that's because we're fairly certain we know who did it. So they're sort of irrelevant for us. Same thing with Houston Station, London University. Did we go to Joaquin Rittenhouse's house? I don't think we did. Let's just go talk to his wife on the off chance that she can confirm the affair or that she told someone about the affair. We're greeted at the door by a very pretty young lady with raven black hair, dressed quite impeccably, despite the fact that one wouldn't think she'd be expecting visitors on such a snowy day. This is the wife of the banker. "Good day, madam," says Wiggins, standing up as straight as he can. "Is this the home of Mr. and Mrs. Rittenhouse?" "It is," she replies. "I'm Juliana Rittenhouse. How may I help you?" "We're working with Scotland Yard. I'm afraid we have some bad news to share if you have not heard it already. Wilkie Gunderson is dead." Miss Rittenhouse staggers briefly before catching herself. "Wilkie? Dead? But how?" "That's what we're trying to figure out, Mrs. Rittenhouse. May we come in?" Without responding, Miss Rittenhouse walks back into the house, leaving the door open. We take that as an invitation and follow her in. The drawing room of the 3-story row house is decorated quite richly, with a thick Persian rug accenting the floor and an oil painting above the fireplace of a fierce-looking man with the lettering C. Rittenhouse below it. perhaps an ancestor of Joachim Rittenhouse. Mrs. Rittenhouse, asked Wiggins, is your husband home? Joachim is at his office at Continental Bank. I told him he should just stay home today, but there would be no customers, but he said there was always paperwork to catch up on. Wilkie dead. I still can't get over it. Did Mr. Rittenhouse work yesterday? He did indeed, a full day, but he was home for supper, which is more than I can say for some evenings. How were you and the Gundersons acquainted? Joachim and Wilkie were friends from London University College. We often met up with them and their other university friends, Frederick and Zola Ames and Werner and Mabel Fallon. The four men would play cards together every Saturday at the Tankerville Club as well. And did they play last Saturday? Yes, Joachim won as usual. He's very good at cards. Can you think of anyone who would want to harm Mr. Gunderson? Harm Wilkie? No. He was such a nice man, very charming. Why would anyone want to hurt him? Okay. So that's that, all confirmed. Let's check in with the chat. Nothing to check up on there. Okay, so I think we could ask whether we could find more proof. I actually did want to follow up on the radiator idea. Jonathan had us take down the name of the person that died from radiator in the past. I wonder if we can't use that to find a radiator company. I don't think there's a heating radiator company in the directory, but we could check on that. The person that died was Potsdam, though. Actually, there is no... There is no Potsdam. Let's look in our... Let's look here for a second. Okay, so no radiator companies or heating companies. However, if we think this is a valid lead, that this person died a few years ago by because their radiator failed to come on, what are we trying to find? We're trying to find more mechanical, maybe an expert to tell us how someone could have put the gas into the radiator lines, which I don't think we need more mechanical explanation for that. But if we wanted to, and we were told about how this guy Potsdam died because his radiators didn't turn on, that's what the secretary was worried about, then the place we could go to get information about that, such a thing, which might help us, I think arguably would be newspaper. Reporter for the Times, mainly a foreign affairs. This isn't really a foreign affairs thing. Lomax, maybe. Could know a little bit about radiator. Criminal cases. I'm not sure we really need to do it. DJ says, I'm not sure he actually died. I thought he was half frozen. Is that right? It was at, where did we learn about that? I'm not sure if we really need to pursue on this, but here she says, the secretary says, what if the rain had gone out and was half frozen? That happened to a Mr. Potsdam just up the road. I see, you're right. It doesn't say that he died. Well, now let me take a closer look. I thought I looked up Potsdam, but given that he might still be alive, the no Potsdam, but a Norman Potter at 79 WC. Could she have gotten the name wrong? Let me just look up 79 WC. Probably there's no entry, but maybe it's just for the fun of it. No, no entry. Okay, I think it's probably unimportant that we solve that if we could even do it. So I think I'd be inclined to think that we've actually solved this case, but we've got some clues that we should also solve, some hints that we should also solve the secondary case. Bernard Nims held at Millbank. Evidence was stolen. So if we're right that we can solve this secondary case, who is of interest to us in our secondary case? Bernard Nims at Millbank. And then got Cody of Scotland Yard. Alan Wick. Holborn Restaurant. Murdered after he refused to pay. And then we were told it's a walking stick. That's someone. Jonathan was still interested in our radiator thing and says, is there a clear place that you would consider to be up the road? I'm not really sure. I mean, you could up the road, maybe 8 WC is the only other place that you'd consider that to be up the road. But there's no 8 WC, so it can't be that. Can we look at the personals and look for that's an interesting idea. You having problems figuring things out? Sounds like that psychic could be useful to us. HS, I found the note you left me in the book. I wish I had seen it sooner. Doesn't seem like it's our people. Holmes, Sherlock, John Watson. I don't know. Doesn't seem relevant for our case. But side case. Let's focus on the side case for a bit. So let's try. Who would we want? I guess we'd want to talk to Scotland Yard, right? If we think the evidence was stolen out from under their noses at Scotland Yard, that's where we would start. But there's no 13 Southwest. Okay, so that's that. What about Millbank Prison? Hold on a minute. Scott Cody is at the evidence room. You think he was the... Well, let's look up Cody. He was the guy in charge. Was he the guy in the evidence room? Okay, well, there's Scott Cody, 18 East. Well, you know what that means. We can't talk to him. Where did we learn that it was a walking stick? From who? I can't remember where we learned that it was a walking stick. Let's see if we can talk to... Alan Wick's wife, maybe? Holborn Restaurant. Holborn Restaurant, 61 EC. Remember, he was beaten bloody with a walking stick. Our knocks at Holborn Restaurant go unanswered. It appears closed due to the weather. What about Millbank Prison? Millbank Prison is 23 Southwest. All right, looks like we have an entry here. Next, that's the prison guard in charge of checking visitors in to see prisoners at Millbank Prison. Despite the bad weather, we had to wait for 2 people in the queue before we get our turn. And this is after being unceremoniously patted down for weapons at the prison entrance. Wiggins tried to explain to that guard that we were working with the police, but he just said, "Procedures are procedures." "Sign in here," says the checking in guard as we approach his station. "If you don't know how to read or write, I can write down your information for you." Certainly, says Wiggins, trying to turn on the charm and hoping this guard will be more impressed with his credentials than the last. We're actually here to see Bernard and Imms. We're associates of Sherlock Holmes, helping Scotland Yard with their investigation of the evidence room theft last night. That's fine, says the board guard. Take this piece of paper, stand in the corner over there. When a guard comes, hand it to him. We follow the instructions and soon are led into the prison's visiting room, which looks to double as its mess hall. Dirty plates are stacked high in one corner, and a horde of flies are buzzing around the room. Soon, a guard leads in a short but powerful man with wispy black hair and a full beard of the same color. He joins us at the table where we're seated. To whom do I owe the pleasure? Asks Nims. My name's Wiggins. We're associates of Sherlock Holmes working on the Scotland Yard evidence room theft last night. You've heard about it, I assume. Nim's face darkens for a moment upon hearing Sherlock's name, but he quickly regains his composure. Yeah, indeed. News travels fast. Are you here to set me free, then? Seems the police don't have a case against me after all. Wiggins isn't amused. How did you arrange it, Bernie? Nims laughs. Arrange it? I'm in prison. How can I do that? Wiggins realizes he's wasting his time and calls for the guard to return Nims to his cell and lead us back out of the prison. At the entrance, we see there is no queue remaining at the check-in guard station. Sensing an opportunity, Wiggins approaches him. Oh, sir, we're the chaps who went back to see Bernard and Nims. Do you have the visitor's log for last week available? If we could know who visited Nims, it would be very useful in our investigation. The request sits on a knife's edge for a moment as the guard considers whether to comply with Wiggins's request. In the end, probably more out of boredom than any real sense of helpfulness, he pulls out the logbook with the last 7 days of visitors in it. Scanning through it, he says, let's see, Nims. Here we go. He had a visitor on Friday, Gregor Milotsky. We thank the guard profusely and make our way outside. Okay, Gregor Milotsky. That's our lead. Let's see. Oh. Gregor Milotsky, huh? 49 EC. Is this our criminal? Have we got our guy? The voice calls out when we knock on Gregor Milotsky's door. Just a minute, Rocco. Just a minute, damn it. The door flies open and a large, ugly man with a scar along his neck stares down at us. Who gave you this address? If you want to make a bet, you go down to my office. You don't come to my home. Track won't be open for a few days anyway with all this snow. Mr. Milotsky, I presume, says Wiggins. We're not here to make any bets. We're associates of Sherlock Holmes. Would like to ask you a few questions. Milotsky laughs. Great Sherlock himself couldn't make it then, eh? Sent his lackeys. What do you want to know? I'll give you 1 minute. What's your relationship with Bernard Nims? He's a friend of mine. Next question. What do you know about the evidence stolen from Scotland Yard last night? No idea what you're talking about. Mr. Milotsky, do you know who J. Muse is? Never heard of him. How about Jack Woodley? Ditto. And what about Queen Victoria? Never heard of her neither, says Milotsky with a grinning sneer. Minute's up. Good day, gentlemen. All right, so it sounds like maybe the game expects us to have already discovered these people. If so, it's a little bit of a bug because we have not heard of those people. Get in there. I wonder. Yeah, those are real people in the directory, but clearly we haven't found them. We were supposed to have found them before we talked to this guy. Brian says it is a bug. Thank you for uncovering. Well, it's the kind of bug that happens a lot in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, where you get somewhere before the author thought you were going to get there. No big deal. When that happens, we don't allow ourselves to follow up. Like clearly, there's another way for us to find out about those people. I would like to find the lead that told us about the bloody walking stick, though. Here's an idea. The guy is locked up in Millbank, right? So it makes sense that Disraeli O'Brien would have some criminal records on that case that could be useful to us. And of course, Porky and Quentin Hogg at the Police Gazette. So I think it makes sense for us to go to Disraeli 14WC and Quentin Hogg 35EC and maybe Porky 52EC. Okay, let's start with those. Let's start with Quentin Hogg first. The walking stick was Murray. Thank you. Sorry, you were telling me, people were telling me above, and I was not. Okay, so I'm going to make a note to check Murray. Okay, we'll do this first. Despite the weather, Police Gazette is positively buzzing with activity. It's a small operation. Usually one might see 10 or 15 people here during a day shift, but today it must be 20. We find Quentin Hogg in his office berating a cub reporter. What do you mean you couldn't get access to Nim's wife? We need a quote from her. You climb in through the side window if you have to. Reporter shuffles off after the reprimand. And what are you doing here? Exclaims an exasperated Hogg in our direction. We've got the police scandal of the year here. It's all hands on deck. We're running a special issue on the Nim's evidence theft, and it's only 7 hours till deadline. Miles is furious. We got scooped by the Times on a police matter. Okay, so see the Times. Miles Spencer is the owner of the Gazette. We won't take up too much of your time, appeases Wiggins, but can you give us a rundown of what you know about the Nims case? Nims is a big-time crime boss. Mostly he handles racetrack gambling, especially on the east side. He's made a fortune. He's also in the protection racket, and he shook down poor Alan Wick at Holborn Restaurant who wouldn't go along. Nims beat him to death with his walking stick, which he left at the crime scene. Since there were no witnesses, he figured that was the end of it, but old H.R. Murray had other plans. He was able to get an imprint of a fingerprint from the bloody walking stick and compare it to Nims's own fingerprint, and it was a match. It's a big deal because nobody in England has ever used fingerprints as evidence before, and it's being used in such a high-profile case. Well, old Bernie has been stuck at Millbank since then, and his trial is scheduled for next month. Somehow he engineered getting that walking stick out of the evidence room in Scotland Yard, and now the case will surely have to be dropped. How did he manage to get the walking stick out of the Scotland Yard evidence room? Now, the Yard thinks it's an open and shut case. A young bobby named Muse checked out the walking stick from the evidence room and claimed later that he didn't check out the walking stick. They've arrested him and are holding him at the Yard. Do you think it's an open and shut case? Doesn't make any sense. Why would Muse check out the walking stick and then just say he had no idea what anybody was talking about? Why not skip town? And here's something. Last year, Muse turned in his partner, Officer Findy, for stealing from a citizen. You know who Findy's first partner was? Jack Woodley, who was working the evidence room at the Yard last night. It's quite a coincidence. I'm telling you, my reporter's instinct says this stinks to high heaven. Now listen. It better not go spouting any of this to the Times. Miles will have my neck. We give Hogg our word of honor that mum's the word and exit the Gazette's office. Okay, so here's our people that we were talking about. J. Muse. And Officer Findy, who he turned in for stealing. Findy's first partner was Jack Woodley. So we think that they signed our guy's name. They signed J. Muse's name to take out the stick. So here is our prime suspect for taking the stick out. Jack Woodley, partner with this bad cop, signs J. Muse's name. Two birds with one stone. They get the evidence out and they put the blame on a guy to get revenge on the bad cop that got turned in. Okay, so, and Jay Muse, if we talk to him, he'll probably give us the same thing. He'll point us towards Jack Woodley working the evidence room. All right, let's go find Jack Woodley. This is the person we think is probably our culprit. So let's be, and he's a cop, so I'm not, we'll see if he says, if he talks to us. Jack Woodley, 52 Southeast. While we're here, let's look. Let's addresses for the other people. We've got a Findley. Was it Finley? Finley. 96 WC. And then J. Muse. The guy who was accused of doing this, who we don't believe actually did it. 73 Southeast. Okay, let's start with the guy that we think did do it. 52 Southeast. I'm not sure we need... Our hunch is pretty good here, but let's see if we can get any. Let's see how suspicious Jack Woodley looks. Jack Woodley invites us in when Wiggins explains who we are. He's about 50 years old, still looks strong and athletic. He appears to live alone in his one-room, dilapidated flat. Horse race gambling slips litter the floor. So he's into the gambling of the of the criminal who did this. So here's how he's working his way out of debt. Mr. Woodley, begins Wiggins, can you tell us about what happened last night? Sure I can. I was managing the evidence room at the yard. It's something I do a few times a week for the night shift. Pays a bit extra. Last night, 8:30, Officer Muse shows up, requests to check out the walking stick in the NIMS case. Didn't think nothing of it, but I told him it was marked sensitive. He wasn't to take it out of its bag, and he had to have it back by the end of the shift. About a half hour before the shift change, he hadn't returned it, so I sent Officer Flick to remind him to bring it back. Guess old Muse says he didn't have it and hadn't checked it out. So they put him behind bars where he belongs. Okay. And now we're told about an officer Flick. All right, so this is pretty straightforward. If we believe Muse, we blame Woodley, he's our culprit. That's it. Case closed. He's lying. That's a risky thing to do, to lie on someone so deliberately. All right, he says he told an Officer Flick to go get him. I don't see any reason why that really matters, whether he did or not. And Officer Flick is not an entry, but we don't care anyway. Okay, let's talk to Muse, see what Muse says, and see if we believe him. And I'm gonna believe him. J. Muse's flat lies in a less fashionable part of southeastern London, and the door rattles when Wiggins knocks on it. It's answered by a young woman with bushy hair who appears to have been crying. Pardon me, ma'am, we're working with the police. I already told your men earlier. I have no idea what they're talking about. My jaybird didn't have anything to do with this. Are you Mrs. Muse, then? Miss Cynthia Muse. Mrs. Muse, if he didn't do it, why would somebody make it look like he did? I have no idea. Maybe a criminal has a grudge against him. Jaybird has locked up plenty of them, but he's an honest Bobby. They got the wrong man. Yeah, I mean, I think we got it all at the Police Gazette. This is killing two birds with one stone. The dishonest cop who was turned in by J. Muse, his partner, his first partner, worked the evidence room. They said, steal the cane, you'll work off your gambling debts, and I want you to put the name of J. Muse as the cop who took it out. Then he'll get blamed and I'll get my revenge on him. So, and then if we wanted to talk to the bad cop that got turned in, actually we can't. Okay, so are we done? Jack Woodley is going to be the real guy who stole the walking cane, blaming J. Muse to get revenge on him for turning in his partner. And then that's our side case. Where is the cane now? We don't know. No way to know. Although I suppose you could, if we were asked where is it now, we could look at the carriage logs since we know who had it. Let's just look, see if there are any carriage logs. Help us. Carriage sale was filled to the brim with horse carriages. We asked about pickup or drop-offs near Wilkie Gunderson. He says, nope, they're not built for snow. Okay. Anna says, I wanted to go to the university. All right, well, we could go to the university. It's not going to kill us. I think we've got this case wrapped up. Oh, we got a little bit more time. Where is our university? Well, we don't have to do it that way. Go to London College University. London University College 43 WC. The main entrance to London University College is locked, and a sign outside says classes are canceled due to weather. We spy a couple of young men nearby building a snowman. Taking a chance, Wiggins approaches them. Excuse me, gentlemen, do you attend the university? We do, one of them answers. I'm a graduate student studying archaeology. Jonesy here studies anthropology. We're not sure if the university will be open, so we came by, but classes are canceled. By any chance, do either of you know Wilkie Gunderson? Yes, I do, says Jonesy. We lived in the same dormitory during my first year. Why do you ask? I'm afraid I have some unfortunate news. Mr. Gunderson's dead. Oh, no, says Jonesy. Wilkie was a nice man. How'd he die? Oh, we're still trying to figure that out, says Wiggins. Can you tell me with whom Mr. Gunderson associated while at the university? That's easy, says Jonesy. It was the four of them, Wilkie, Freddie, Vern, and old Joaquin Rittenhouse. They were thick as thieves. You almost never saw them apart outside class. And then once they all got girlfriends and wives, it was the eight of them, though it was a little strange, given the history between Wilkie and Mabel Hanson. Guess she's Mabel Fallon now. So that just confirms our theory, but I wonder if we could talk to her maiden name, we could talk to her family, which could fill us in on their previous history. Not that we need it. Not that we need it. No, her maiden name's not in the directory. That's okay. So I think we're done here. There are people we could follow up on, the loan shark, but that doesn't seem necessary. The only thing you could ask, you could imagine that if we go to the library, it's possible that we can look up about, there's more to that lead. You didn't finish the university lead, is that right? Oh, let's see. He's going to, how do you mean? We asked, he says Mabel Hanson. Thank you. How do you mean? Wilkie courted Mabel, but her parents did not approve. Wilkie's family did not have much money, and he had a scholarship to attend the university. Not that old Vern's family was wealthy, but Mabel's parents thought Wilkie would be marrying down. So Mabel broke it off and ended up with Vern instead, and Wilkie ended up with Eleanor. I see, says Wiggins. Can you tell me what they each studied? We know Mr. Gunderson studied law. Jonesy scratches his head. Well, let's see. Old Joaquin Rittenhouse studied finance, and boy, was he cut out for it. I joined their poker game one time, and Joaquin took all my money in under 15 minutes. Vern was a chemistry whiz, and Freddie, well, Freddie was a strange fellow. 1 month he was passionate about architecture, and the next he wanted to study Greek poetry. I honestly do not remember what he ended up pursuing. Wiggins provides the men with a pipe for their snowman as a thank you for their time. Okay. Chemistry whiz. That gives us more confidence in him using these drugs for that. All right. Well, like I said, you could imagine that there might be a lead that gives us a little more detail on how he would have put the gas into the radiator system. Maybe at the library, or if we could find that old victim, or a radiator heating company. What's the construction company? Anything like that. I don't know that it's necessary. I'm just going to look up Lomax to see if any place has something, or, no, 5 Southwest. Let's just look it up for the fun of it. No, no entry for that. I think we might be ready to do this. Anna says, I think he just pumped the gas in through the keyhole and sealed the hole. That's an interesting point. Maybe the radiator is just too complicated. What's with the broken chair? Was he trying to break down the door? I think that's basically right. Remember that we were originally told there was a scuffle, sign of a struggle, and we hypothesized that that could be misleading. A broken chair with a broken leg could be, rather than a struggle, someone trying to get out. And I think DJ is right that I wondered if he wasn't trying to climb out the window, but we're told there's no window. But I think that makes a lot of sense. He was trying to bash down the door. We're told the police needed to use a battering ram to smash down the door. And I think it makes complete sense that what happened was the poison started getting in, the gas started coming in, and he was trying to break down the door. But Anna, it's an interesting point that Anna's making, like this whole theory about the radiator pumping in the gas. Maybe that's way too complicated. Maybe it doesn't need to be that complicated at all. He just pumped in the gas through the keyhole. And I don't know why we were making this whole radiator thing out. That's a very good point. Just pump the gas in through the keyhole. Enough of it. There's no window, so he can't open it to get fresh air. So it's no way to avoid it. Okay, we're going to take our last break here, and then I think we're ready to solve it. But if anyone has any last minute ideas, you've got a couple minutes to figure it out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll wrap this case up. Welcome back. We're here to wrap up the case of the locked-in lawyer. I think we know our main case and our side case. DJ seems to think maybe the guy who stole the cane would have brought it to the pawn shop. I suppose we could check such a thing if you were really inclined to think that happened. But we have no reason to think the game's going to ask us where it is now. Presumably it would be in one of these guys' house. I suppose if you really don't want to get into a situation where it's a told you so situation. Let's see, we've got a couple pawn shops, only one in our... Not really true. I feel like we've had other pawn shops in other cases. Maybe that was just jeweler. Okay, well, if you thought it was a pawn shop, there's only the one, 73 EC. But otherwise, I think we're ready to... No entry. Okay, I think we're ready to look at questions. If there are questions we don't know the answer to, we'll go back out. All right, here we go. Questions are at the end. Okay. How did Wilkie Gunderson die? Be specific. We're going to say nitrous oxide pumped into windowless room. Who was responsible? Okay, that was Vernon Fallon. Am I spelling that right? Werner Fallon. Why was he killed? Guess we're gonna say revenge for sleeping with Mabel Fallon. Sleeping with, having an affair. Who took the evidence on Bernie Sims? Okay, that was our crooked cop, which is Jack Woodley. What drove the perpetrator to commit this crime? We're going to say his gambling debts to him. Why did they frame J. Muse? And for ratting out partner. Who is cheating at cards? That was Rittenhouse, the banker friend. What can you learn from the psychic? Okay, well, we never went to the psychic. Psychic was in the newspaper. All right, well, let's go to Madame Escarac for fun. But I guess our answer would be nothing if we had to answer before going. But let's go and see what she says. 46 Hospital Road. 46 Hospital Road. All right, well, we know that this little game, which is actually kind of fun, when you're given a street address and not what neighborhood, you look at all the 46s till you find one of them that's on Hospital Road. Here's a 46 Northwest on Marleybone. 46WC is where? 46WC is not on Hospital Road. How about EC? 46 EC is also not on Hospital Road. How about Southwest? 46 Southwest is down here, not on Hospital Road. What about here? Still no Hospital Road. What have I missed? Oh, Hospital Road is in Southwest. I do see Hospital Road down here. It's right here. So 46 Southwest. Let's see what she says. Wingen's knock is met with a moment of silence before the door swings outward, seemingly of its own accord. Strips of curtain hang across the entryway, obscuring our view of the inside. "Hello?" asked Wiggins. "Is anybody there?" Getting no response, we part the curtains with our hands and proceed inside, where the smell of incense tickles our noses. The room is dim, lit only by dozens of candles on the walls and on the large circular table dominating the space. By the flickering light, we can see small photos of corpses on the wall, seemingly taken at one or more morgues. Along one side is a bookcase with titles such as "The Other Side of Darkness Reaching Across the Chasm and What Lies Beyond." Seated at the table in a plush chair is a large woman wearing a full-length dress and far too much makeup. Her hair has been pinned up and she wears a broad hat adorned with bird feathers and fake gems. "Greetings, I've been expecting you," she says in a deep alto. Is alto the deep voice? "Oh, well," stammers Wiggins. "Please be seated," says the woman. We take our seats at the table in chairs quite a bit shorter than the one the psychic rests in. "Are you Madame Escroc?" asks Wiggins. "That is my name on this plane of reality," she replies. "How can I be of assistance to you gentlemen? I sense that romance is not what you seek today." "Right. Well, we're investigators working on a case, a death. A man was found dead in his office. There's no overt sign of violence, but the circumstances are suspicious, and we think it could possibly be murder." "And you want my help in determining the killer," says Madame Escroc. "Spot on," says Wiggins, impressed. "We shall contact the spirit world and get answers to your questions," booms the psychic. "What is the name of the dead person?" "Wilkie Gunderson." "I will connect us to Mr. Gunderson. I need something of material value to connect our material world to that of the spirit world. Please place a shilling in the bowl." Wiggins complies, not daring to ask why a halfpenny wouldn't do the trick. "Excellent. Let us begin. We must first connect to each other in order to connect to the spirit world," advises Madame Escroc, taking hold of Wiggins' right hand. We reluctantly grab each other's sweaty palms and form a circle. "Wilkie Gunderson," bellows the psychic, "come forth. As a bridge between our worlds, I demand your presence." After a few pregnant seconds, Madame Escroc's body begins trembling and her head begins bobbing up and down violently before she comes to a standstill, with her eyes rolled back into her head. "I have made contact with Wilkie Gunderson," she says. "Mr. Gunderson, what happened to you?" There are a few moments of silence, presumably as Wilkie speaks to the medium. I see, says Madame Escroc. Wilkie Gunderson, return to the spirit world and be at peace. With that, her eyes fall back into place on her face and she sits up straight, releasing Wiggins' hands. Gentlemen, I can put your mind at ease. There was no murder. Mr. Gunderson died of natural causes and is quite happy in the beyond. Go forth and be troubled by this matter no longer. We step back through the curtains out into the sunlight, scratching our heads, wondering what to believe. Okay, so our answer looks like it's going to stand, that you learn nothing from the psychic. Okay. Here we go. Answer. How was he killed? He was poisoned by nitrogen dioxide. Poisoned by nitrous oxide or any sort of gas is also accepted. 25 points. Who did it? Werner Fallon, 50 points. Fallon discovered Gunderson was having an affair with his wife, 25 points. All right, we got those perfect. Who stole the thing? Jack Woodley, we got that. Settled gambling debts he owed to Nims. Yes. Because Muse turned in Woodley's previous partner for theft and got him thrown in prison. Yes. Who was winning at cheating? Rittenhouse, yes. What can you learn from the psychic? Nothing. Yes. All right, so we got our perfect score. Add the points obtained by answering questions. Count the number of leads you followed. Subtract those, which, as always, punishes you for following more leads. We don't do that. We don't worry if we beat them, but we got all the questions right. Okay, and then we have a rather long solution. Let us read it. We re-enter 221B Baker Street, freezing cold and dripping wet from traipsing across lawn. Well, perhaps we should pause for a second. Celebrate our victory here. All right, well done, team. It was, well, we'll talk about where our little aha moments came from. Let's read the solution first. Blast this weather, cries Wiggins as we enter the den where Holmes and Watson are enjoying a hot tea and biscuits provided by Mrs. Hudson. When it rains, at least one can get a carriage. Don't think I've had this much exercise since my school days. Oh, the walk will do you good, assuming you don't catch pneumonia, chortles Dr. Watson, nibbling at his biscuit. Knock on wood, exclaims Wiggins, rapping on the oak desk before settling down in a chair beside Sherlock. Well, Holmes, the last we saw you were scampering out into the cold, but you look like you've been quite warm and dry for a while. Where were you off to? Why? To solve the case, of course, grins Sherlock. I couldn't let you have all the fun, could I? To solve the case? By yourself? While you let us walk across London in this white mess? Holmes, this time you've gone too far. My dear Wiggins, how do you ever expect to be a consulting detective yourself someday if you never have to think through problems on your own? This was the perfect case for you to work on your skills. Quite straightforward, really. This time it's Watson who's taken it back. Straightforward? How in good name of the Queen was this case straightforward? Because so much was revealed simply by visiting Mr. Gunderson's office. First, the question of whether his death was by virtue of natural causes was answered by the presence of the strange white substance blocking the lock. Somebody did that, intent on keeping Mr. Gunderson locked in the room. Furthermore, there were no windows and no way out of the office. That means whoever blocked the lock did so from the outside. But why would they wish to do that? Asks Watson. Why, indeed, repeats Sherlock. Why lock a man in a room by himself? To what end? That brings us to the cause of death. There were no signs of immediate physical violence, but vomit was found all over the room. This led me to believe that poisoning was the cause of death. That makes sense, says Watson, but why lock Gunderson in his office then? At first, I believed it was to prevent him from seeking medical attention, exclaims Holmes. Poisoning is a risky business, and it can be difficult to know how much will be consumed if it is, say, placed in a cup of tea. So I paid a visit to H.R. Murray, where I found out that the tea was not poisoned after all, and that the mysterious white substance in the lock was some sort of powerful adhesive that quickly goes from liquid to solid when exposed to air. A strange turn of events. So, Mr. Gunderson wasn't poisoned after all, exclaims Watson triumphantly. You jumped to conclusions too quickly, my dear Watson, corrects Sherlock. He was poisoned. All the evidence points to that. He was just poisoned some other way. And how? Did somebody inject him with something a needle mark might have evaded even a competent examiner? A good hypothesis, praises Holmes, but one that makes little sense in the end, I'm afraid. Let's say our murderer and Mr. Gunderson were in his office together, and our murderer injected the victim with a poison and was able to escape into the hallway without Mr. Gunderson following. And then what? The white adhesive froze the lock shut, not open. Somebody had to lock the door while Mr. Gunderson was the only person in his office. Mr. Gunderson's key was found with him. I thought it very unlikely that anybody else had a key beside the secretary and perhaps Mr. Gunderson's wife. So while I kept them in the back of my mind as suspects, I thought the most reasonable conclusion was that Mr. Gunderson was poisoned while he sat in the locked office by himself. But that's impossible, says Watson. Sherlock chuckles to himself. It's only impossible if you limit your mind to the most obvious possibilities. Poison can certainly be delivered via food, drink, and injection, but it can also be circulated in the air. Oh, in the air, muses Watson. But how? In a windowless room where the door cannot be opened, it would be a simple matter of threading a small tube under the door and feeding poisonous gas through it. By the time Mr. Gunderson would have realized something was wrong, he would surely have been disoriented and unlikely to notice something poking under the door. All he would know is that he needed to get out of that room immediately and seek medical attention. But when his key didn't fit in the lock, he would have panicked. This explains the broken chair. He picked it up and tried to use it to batter open the door. It's too bad he was unsuccessful, as that would have saved his life. But in the end, it took a battering ram from the police to knock the heavy door in. Mr. Gunderson began vomiting from the poisonous gas and eventually succumbed to it altogether. But why go to such great lengths to murder somebody? Who would do such a thing? Wonders Watson. Two excellent questions, and we shall return to that in a minute. At this point in the investigation, my first thought was to see if an eyewitness could identify the killer directly. So I decided it was worth a stop at Amelia Luca's flat, since she claimed to have seen something suspicious. And Signorina Luca did have valuable information. For one, she saw a man coming out of the building late at night, when she had never seen anybody come out before at that hour. Our killer, surely. This ruled out the secretary and wife as possible murderers. Second, the killer was carrying heavy bags. These, I deduced, carried the murder weapon, canisters of poisonous gas, and the tubing to deliver it into Mr. Gunderson's office. These canisters of gas were heavy, and carriages weren't running that day due to the snow. They must have come from somewhere within walking distance. I thought the local chemist might be the source of the poisonous gas, so I stopped at Squire & Sons. Alas, this turned out to be a dead end, and I realized I would need to dive deeper into Mr. Gunderson's work and personal life to understand who the possible suspects were. To learn more about Mr. Gunderson's associates, I visited his secretary, Marcia Barrow. She filled me in on Mr. Gunderson's habits, his business contacts, and his friends and family. This was critical, as the person behind this murder had to have intimate knowledge of Mr. Gunderson's schedule and office. They knew he stayed overnight at his office every Tuesday. They knew he kept the door locked at all times. This crime could only have been committed by a family member, close friend, or frequent business associate. We could quickly rule out people like Bill Slack and James Smith, violent men who would have murdered Mr. Gunderson in a more direct manner. I proceeded to Mr. Gunderson's home to talk to his wife, and there I struck gold. I found someone with the means to create poisonous gas, Mr. Fallon, who worked in a dental office quite close to Mr. Gunderson's office and in the same direction as Miss Lucas saw our murderer heading, and also a motive, a possible love affair between Mr. Gunderson and another woman. So I walked over to G.H. Jones' dental office, and right there in Mr. Fallon's office, bags of ammonium nitrate, canisters for nitrous oxide, rubber tubing, and Bunsen burners. While nitrous oxide is fairly harmless, it's trivial to convert the ammonium nitrate to nitrogen dioxide instead. And nitrogen dioxide is highly toxic. That settled it. Mr. Gunderson must have been having an affair with Mrs. Fallon, and Mr. Fallon killed his friend in jealousy. And now we can return to Dr. Watson's excellent question from before. Who would go to such great lengths to murder somebody in this manner? Being unathletic and fearing the sight of blood, a physical confrontation would not do for Mr. Fallon. Instead, he settled on this rather ingenious poisoning scheme. The snowstorm turned out to be a perfect cover for being able to move about the city mostly unnoticed. When he got to Mr. Gunderson's office, he used dental adhesive, powerful and fast drying, to seal the lock so that Mr. Gunderson's key would not work. Then he commenced to filling the office with nitrogen dioxide until he was sure his ex-friend was dead. Quite a clever plan, really, minus the adhesive left in the lock. He caught a break that the Bobby who broke down the door had a cold. Miss Barrow noticed what she called the harsh smell of death. But it takes more than a day for a body to develop a rotting smell. Surely what she smelled were the remnants of nitrogen dioxide in the room. If the Bobby's sense of smell was working, he might have known that aroma was out of place, but Miss Barrow's lack of experience in dead bodies betrayed her ability to know the odor was anything beside the normal smell of a fresh corpse. "Astonishing, Holmes!" exclaims Watson. "How do you ever do it?" A crooked smile flashes across Sherlock's gaunt face. "Elementary, my dear Watson." This tells us how he solved it. So, I want to point out a couple things. First of all, we missed this little detail about nitrogen dioxide. Essentially, we figured it out early that he was poisoning him with the nitrous, but Holmes says, look, if he had pumped in nitrous oxide, no matter how much, it wouldn't have poisoned him. And what we're told by Holmes is you can convert nitrous oxide into nitrogen dioxide fairly easily. So you have to subtract some points for us for that. The game is generous about giving us points, but a little bit of a minus for us for not realizing he had to convert it. There was something else, little detail too. Yes. So the harsh smell of death. This actually occurred to me, but I didn't say anything about it, and I should have. What did strike me as suspicious that the secretary smelled the smell of death, but he had only been there for a few hours. Brian says, there's no way for you as a reader to really figure out nitrogen dioxide, and I couldn't figure out a way to clue it without it being completely obvious and giving away the murder weapon. That's a good, yeah, I can see how that would be a tricky thing. Completely fair. I just actually it would have been fun for us to have figured out that it would have been fun if we realized, hey, nitrous oxide alone would kill you, but you could convert it. Okay, let's talk about it. No, let's do our thing. We're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll come back and talk about the game, give our thoughts. I'd like to hear your thoughts, so I hope you'll stick around and share your thoughts. I'll see you in 3 minutes for us to talk about the case. Okay, back for our final thoughts on the case of the locked-in lawyer. Let us see what the chat has to say first. Brian, the author, Brian Wolf, is here with us. Anna says, great, was enjoyable, on the easier side, but still good, although we were sloppy with the poisonous substance. Like the writing and the colorful dialogues, there were great hidden details inside. Jonathan says, solid case, enjoyed the unique weather and how it was used to shape clues. Like the full autopsy being delayed, clever. I thought the descriptions of the different businesses were good, helped each scene stand out. Marcus is a solid, well-written case, interesting details, suitable as an introduction for newcomers with the aim of making them fall in love with the system. Brian Wolf says a dentist would actually really struggle with this case since not only is nitrous oxide not a viable murder weapon, but I just discovered last week dental adhesives weren't invented until post-World War II. Jonathan says a bit too easy for the group, but also Jesse and everyone was very sharp today. Marco says, I enjoyed it. It's perhaps less suited for veterans. Its strength lies in its simplicity linked to the plausibility without potholes. The red herring, the money lender, was again particularly suitable for newcomers, and the secondary case was simple but good. DJ Moneycut says, fun, well done case. I prefer a straightforward case to some of the SHCD cases with frustratingly obscure clues and logic leaps. Okay, so let me give my thoughts. A very enjoyable case, very well written. I think Jonathan pointed out one of the pleasurable parts about the writing of this case was the setting. This is sort of a clever thing that occasionally good writers do. It's particularly done well and effectively here, is that it sort of set the scene of this snowstorm, and it permeates every little lead a little bit and really gives you this feeling that you're out here, like it's believable. It's not just mentioned once. It's like every place we visit is somehow affected by this snowstorm. It's not really important for the case, but in terms of setting the scene and making this picture, it does a very good job. And in a similar way, as Jonathan points out, everyone has these different people have their different jobs and their different worlds that they're in. And so it really did convey this sense of traveling to these different places and different people. That was very well done. It does have one of the things that's my favorite aspects of these games too, which is right from the start, you get a scene that doesn't quite make sense, right? The door's locked. The broken chair looks like scene of a struggle, but there's only one person in there. That kind of setup where you've got these things that don't make sense. I love that kind of setup. And then I think what makes this game satisfying is all the things really did make sense to us at the end. The person leaving the scene with the heavy bags at 10 p.m., that was picked up very early by DJ Moneycut, who said cylinders. We knew it was poison we suspected poison. We did very early on suspect the means of the murder. But everything did click into place at the end. The broken chair was him trying to get out. The heavy, long bags made sense in terms of being a cylinder with the poison. The motives made sense. Our early theories of him having an affair made sense. Everything did click into place, making it a very satisfying solution. And I think even the side case, this is a good example of how the side case wrapped up very quickly with just a few leads. And yet it was satisfying to have this little side case be able to be put on a bow by us. Even though it didn't require a huge amount of time, there's something satisfying about it. And I think, in general, this case was quite satisfying. We went to him at his work. He was working in a storage room. Everything clicked into place and made sense. Now, as has been pointed out by the group, this is on the easy side for us, and we did cotton on to it very early on guess what was going on. And then when we heard that that guy worked in a dental office, we were all thinking that's the adhesive, that's the poison gas access. So for us, the moment that guy, we found out he was in working at a dental station, we saw how all the pieces were going to fit together. And then it was just a matter of proving it. But it was still quite satisfying, quite fun. We didn't even bother chasing down the money lender or leads. We didn't chase down the other two clients he had. We just knew, we zeroed in right away. We knew it was going to be the dental office guy. We just had to get our proof. But that did not take away from any of the satisfaction here. There was one other thing that I think is worth thinking about, because I think there's probably a name for it, but we got lucky that we didn't get tripped up by it. And that's thanks to the audience, not me, because, well, it was clear to me I was a step ahead for most of it. I think what's interesting is how locked in I got to the idea that this guy was pumping in gas through the radiator. And I find that quite interesting, because the real solution, as was suggested by someone before we read the solution, was, hey, he just has to pump it in through the door. First we said pump it in through the keyhole, then said, no, you have to block the lock. So actually the solution was very logical. And in this case was in general very logical. It was fun finding that the route they were taking made sense to where they were going. All that was nice and logical. But ultimately, the actual means of getting the gas in was the simplest, logical, realistic way. Pump it in through the door. You can lock the lock, mess up the lock, and pump it in through the door. But because we were very early on thinking about how did someone introduce poison in this complicated way, the game told us there was a radiator in the room, and all of a sudden, I was locked in, maybe I wasn't the only one, locked into some complicated mechanic of introducing the poison through the radiator system, which, if you think about it, is would not be easy to do. You'd have to have plumbing wrenches, you'd have to have a specific kind of radiator with an air trap letting air out. So it was interesting how fixated I got on this overly complicated manner of introducing the gas when it was so much simpler. And we kind of got lucky that that didn't trip us up. But it's almost like a magician doing misdirection. Like if you looked at the flow chart of this, the game successfully tricked me by mentioning that radiator, sort of snuck that in, made me think that that was going to be this way it was in, when a really much simpler solution. But it was nice how all the pieces came together, whether that was the broken chair, the fact that there were no windows in the office, everything came together. But it's a little scary how easy it was to get misdirected into the radiator. I don't even know if that was Brian's intention, but you could see how you could go wrong looking for a more complicated solution rather than the most straightforward one. DJ Moneycut says tunnel vision happens to real detectives too. Brian says, I never even considered the radiator. It was not an intentional red herring. Yeah. There were a couple of very satisfying moments here. The carrying of the big bags was a particularly memorable moment where we were thinking about motive for this murder and thinking about, okay, this guy was leaving with records or something. And then we realized that does not sound right. Like big long bags you would not put records in. So we knew something was weird with those big bags. And then DJ Moneycut said cylinders, and we all said, ah, yes, that's going to be it. And we all knew the moment the dental stuff, that explains the special material in the lock. Anyway, a real pleasure. A real pleasure. Brian says, as a first-time writer, it was hard for me to gauge difficulty. I figured readers would create their own red herrings, but all the feedback I've gotten agrees it is on the easy side. Well, it absolutely is very difficult in writing these cases to calibrate difficulty or even know how difficult. And it's one of the things that it's very hard to control for, because it's very hard to get more than a handful of playtesters playing the game, and people of different skill levels. It is, I should say, one of the things that New York Noir tries to have solution to by ensuring that people see all the important leads. So it's a topic that I think about a lot. How do you control for difficulty level in these kinds of games? Brian Wolf says, nobody has solved it as fast as you. You're already calling out poisoning in the introduction. Marco says, I would have mentioned that the sear thing was fun. Yeah, it was very enjoyable. I mean, to make a really successful case, you have to have a good mystery, but you also have to have engaging writing and scene setting, and it was nice how this was done. Brian says, I'm incredibly impressed by how logically you knocked this one down. Nobody else who's played it, probably 7 different groups, has avoided going to any of the other folks. Well, normally we would. Probably if it wasn't 83 degrees in here, maybe we would have visited the moneylender and the other customers. But we were a little bit focused in, and we got enough confirmation. It was, I also, like, in terms of lessons to learn, I really think we learned a couple of interesting lessons here. There were things we already knew, like, even if a case is easy, if it's done well, it's enjoyable. But the radiator lesson was one lesson for me to watch out for. But I think the other lesson that was learned here, which I think really, from a design perspective, is really quite interesting and surprising to me, is that secondary case was very short, very quick, that we wrapped it up. But it's like a side dish. It was still satisfying to be able to do that. And I think it's probably a good lesson that there's no reason every case can't have a little side case. Maybe that's optional. Like in my case that I wrote, I don't have any side case. But I can see really wouldn't take that much effort to just add a little thing. It's kind of fun just as a diversion. It's fun to give someone something else to do. I think that's a good lesson. Brian Wolf says, by the way, the reason you encountered that timing bug is because you never went to Scotland Yard as a way to start the side case. You're the first person to skip over that. The only way to get any sort of true evidence of the affair would have been to go to the Haymarket Theater. Interesting. The theater that they sometimes went to. You catch them having an affair. Let's see. Let's see what that looks like. The Haymaker Theater is 4 Southwest. Let's see. Did we ever know they went to the Haymaker, or just that they went to theaters? Let's see. beautiful and stern today with the sunlight glinting off the melting snow in front of it. Nobody's guarding the entrance. This is, again, this little storytelling trick to every scene has a little tie-in with the snow. Nobody's guarding the entrance. We slip inside. Old man sweeping comes. Show doesn't start for several hours. What's your purpose here? We read about the opening of the new play in the Times. Oh, that's the article in the Times about Oscar Wilde's new play. I never watched the plays. I stay here for the real entertainment, the people watching. A man and a buxom beauty slipped out from the theater during the first act and were acting real chummy, if you catch my drift. They're regulars. I've seen them before. They aren't married. Then the lady's husband came out looking for her. Oh, they tried to play it off. I'm sure he noticed the man's hand touching her waist. Quite scandalous. Why, Oscar Wilde ought to ask me for some ideas when he's writing his next play. The things I've seen. I see. So there it is when he caught them. They went to a play together and he caught them. Interesting. All right. We had a good group today, a good case. Can't ask for too much more. Brian, thank you for joining us today. Brian said he wrote this case during COVID. It's been modified a couple times over, but probably not going to write another case. I think you wrote very well, especially all the scene setting and the logic. Consider writing another case, maybe for New York Noir, a harder case. We'd certainly play it. All right. Thank you for joining me. If you're watching this after the fact, if you played this case, you can leave your comments on this video. Thanks to Brian for stopping by and watching us and helping us. All right. So the rest of you, I'll see you on Sunday if you're joining me for the Dear Holmes letter. It's 83 degrees here now, and they're expecting the temperature to get quite high on Sunday. Not looking forward to that. But consider this a warm-up. As we go into October, we'll be playing a lot of scary, creepy games. I hope you can join me for that. Thanks to everyone else who joined for this playthrough. I'll see you next time.